here with us today, you can use your headphones and select the preferred language channel. And if I look at the interpreter's booth, I believe it's channel 3 and channel 2. Channel 2 for English, channel 3 for Russian. To our distinguished guests online, I would like to kindly ask you to keep your audio muted, and all participants who are not speakers or presenters at the conference to kindly disable their camera in order to avoid connection problems. Interventions from the floor will be possible after each of the panelists in a session have addressed the conference, and requests to intervene will be collected during the panel session, and the moderator will then give you the floor. For those attending online, please use the chat function to write to account questions from the floor, your full name and institutional affiliation. For those here present, please address your request to my colleague, Georgia Santamaria, who will be sitting next to the moderator here at this table. Please approach Ms. Santamaria to request to be included in the list of speakers. The floor will then be given in chronological order of requests received. One final reminder for the participants here at the Hofburg, please remember that FFP2 masks are to be worn at all times except when seated. And all catering, coffee and lunch breaks will be served at the Voorzaal. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to give the floor to the High Commissioner on National Minorities, Ambassador Kairat Abdrahmanov, to open the conference. Ambassador Abdrahmanov took up the mandate of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities on 4 December 2020. Prior to his appointment, Ambassador Abdrahmanov served Kazakhstan as Foreign Minister, as Ambassador to Sweden and Denmark, as Permanent Representative to the United Nations in New York, when he led Kazakhstan bid to be elected as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, and as Chair of the OSCE Permanent Council during Kazakhstan OSCE chairpersonship in 2010. Dear High Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to welcome you all here today at our conference dedicated to celebrating the 15th anniversary of the recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies. I'm pleased to welcome a diverse and wide range of participants to this event. I would like to especially welcome our high-level guests, like the Minister of Interior of the Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency Nurlan Niyazbekov, the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Her Excellency Elvira Azimova. Just now I received with honor a letter of Chairman of the Foreign Affairs of the Congress of the United States, Honorable Mr. Gregory Meeks. I would also like to acknowledge and thank Her Excellency Ambassador Alena Kupchina, OEC Coordinator of Activities to Address Transnational Threats, for her participation in today's event and efforts to organize this celebration. Our speakers and participants today bring their experience as practitioners and state authorities, including law enforcement, from independent institutions such as offices of human rights and other entities, which can provide objective assessment of policing efforts in their own communities. And several international and regional bodies also will be present, who can share invaluable expertise. The objective of our event today is to review the efforts of the past 15 years, take stock of lessons learned, share good practices in the OEC region, and identify opportunities to improve policing and to recognize the role of law enforcement bodies in this effort. The HCNM's policing recommendations, similar to other HCNM thematic recommendations and guidelines, speak of an area of crucial importance in our lives, that of detecting and preventing crimes and ensuring our safety and security. In line with the focus of the mandate on national minorities, the policing recommendations highlight 5 main areas that are critical to implementing effective policing reforms in multi-ethnic societies. Effective policing starts with improving the role of police in diverse societies, which is crucial to promoting relations and cohesion across diverse communities. In this regard, police should pay special attention to how they are perceived in the communities they serve. They must be respected and trusted in order to fulfill their task to reduce tensions and prevent conflict. A factor that is important to the effective implementation of policing reforms is recruitment and representation. Police forces should be diverse and mirror the diversity of the society or community they serve. Diversity in gender, ethnicity, and other markers relevant to the community in question creates a better police force and law enforcement tool. Ensuring the training and continued education of police forces helps to improve the effectiveness of policing. All police ranks need ongoing training and professional support so they can better understand and respond to the evolving needs of diverse communities. Police codes of conduct should include standards for policing in diverse societies, and their operational practices should include practical reflections for these standards. The codes of conduct and operational practices need to be analyzed regularly from a gender perspective and adjusted accordingly as necessary. Engaging with communities is another important approach to improve policing in multi-ethnic societies. The police need to proactively develop relationships and cooperate with communities and build trust and confidence at the local, regional, and national levels. Police accountability in operational practices is also an important factor. This includes developing effective systems for lodging complaints and following up on them. Ensuring transparency and access to information for all parties is key. Another significant consideration is the use of force and its regulation, which can be effectively addressed through regular training. The main aim of the police should be to mitigate conflicts using as little force as possible. The use of force alone, as we have seen in history time and again, is not conducive to de-escalating conflicts. Mediation skills, conflict prevention, and resolution efforts are crucial elements of effective policing in diverse societies. Overall, a holistic approach to policing has shown the best results. Today, participants will share their stories of success and the challenges they have faced in implementing these recommendations. And taking this opportunity, I would like to share some of my institution's experience in this area, but I will be very much short in order to give chance for distinguished speakers to expose their achievements. Over many years, my institution of the High Commissioner on National Minorities has been engaged in policy dialogue and practical cooperation with OEC participating states on multi-ethnic policing. In particular, my institution has promoted police reform through a non-discrimination and multi-ethnic lens. For instance, in the past, the Office of High Commissioner provided assistance to drafting the law on police in Georgia with a focus on community policing. In Kyrgyzstan, between 2005 and 2009, Office of High Commissioner supported a project promoting multi-ethnic policing in cooperation with the Ministry of the Interior of this Central Asian nation. In Kazakhstan, the institution launched a capacity building project on policing in multi-ethnic societies in 2012 in cooperation with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Assembly of People of Kazakhstan, and the OEC Field Office. My office presented the policing recommendations, and SPMU's Denise Mazolani, who will moderate one of the panels later today, presented the OEC community policing approach and experience in participating states. And the participants of one of the conferences discussed the importance of promoting trust-based relationships between police and the communities they served. In more recent past, my institution hosted roundtables in Central Asian countries to present the GRATS recommendations, which provides guidelines on policy approach to the issues of access to justice for national minorities. And last year, my institution held and participated in various online events on policing, including an online webinar jointly organized with the US Helsinki Commission in October 2020 to exchange views on principles and good practices of policing in diverse societies. Dear participants, it's clear that for policing and the maintenance of public safety in diverse societies, authorities should adopt, as I mentioned before, a holistic approach. At the same time, this means that there is no one size which fits all. What worked in one situation might not necessarily work in another. Each situation is unique and approaches should be tailored and be implemented depending on the context. In this regard, I hope that today's event will serve as a platform to hear expert opinions and reflections on the policing recommendations and highlight emerging practices in light of evolving trends. As part of our common efforts towards ensuring social cohesion in diverse societies, I am very much looking forward to hearing the reflections of our participants today. Before we move on our interesting presentations, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Hungarian delegation for their generous support that has made this conference possible today with participants in person and online. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to invite with great pleasure His Excellency Hakan Jervel, Ambassador and Special Envoy on Organized Crime, representing the Swedish OEC personship in office in our anniversary event. Ambassador has a very broad experience serving as a Swedish representative in many renowned destinations. From 2007 through 2012, he served as State Secretary at the Ministry of Defense in Stockholm. And prior to that, he was as political advisor at the Prime Minister's office. Dear Ambassador, I am very grateful for your participation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much. Truly an honor to be here today.
Dear Ambassador, we cannot hear you.
Thank you, High Commissioner Abrahamanov, Ambassador Kupchina, Senator Cardin, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I said, it's an honor for me to be here on behalf of the Swedish chairpersonship to observe the 15th anniversary of the High Commissioner on National Minorities' recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies. The OSCE comprehensive concept of security recognizes the inextricable link between state security and human security. Full enjoyment of human rights by all, including national minorities, is a prerequisite for secure and resilient societies. All participating states have undertaken commitments relating to national minorities, as enshrined in several OSCE documents and commitments, including the 1975 Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris in 91, Moscow 91, and Istanbul 1999. To quote the foundation of our organization, the Helsinki Final Act, the participating states on whose territory national minorities exist will respect the rights of persons belonging to such minorities to equally before law, will afford them full opportunity for actual enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, and will, in this manner, protect their legitimate interest in this sphere. In our common strive for sustainable security across the OSCE region, our organization has a unique asset in its autonomous institutions, including the High Commissioner on National Minorities, whose work is relevant across all three dimensions of the OSCE, and whose early warning function is vital to prevent interethnic tensions from escalating into conflict. The chairpersonship is very grateful for the work carried out by the High Commissioner and his staff, whose expertise and advice all participating states benefit from. The recommendations and guidelines published by the High Commissioner are such an example, including the recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies, which will, of course, be discussed today. They are an important tool in supporting the participating states to address the challenges, to implement our joint commitments in this area, and to increase our knowledge about the situation regarding national minorities. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a variety of factors, societies all over the world are growing increasingly multi-ethnical. These challenges place new and complex demands on our criminal justice systems. For the justice systems to function, everyone must have confidence in the judicial authorities. Accordingly, the police must enjoy trust among the public if they are to carry out their mission in the best possible way. In Scandinavia, the discussion about policing and ethnicity tends to revolve around ethnic discrimination against immigrants or individuals with an immigrant background. These concepts, which in several ways are vague and broad, complicates the analysis of how certain social groups are treated by the police. One way to approach this is to study this discrimination is to examine the trust of groups and minorities in the justice system and in the police. From an international perspective, trust in the justice system is high in Sweden. Although confidence has been stable at a stable level for the last decade, trust in the judicial authorities varies between different groups. As an example, an immigrant background tends to coincide with lower trust for judicial authorities. If public trust for the justice system within certain groups of the population is too low, it certainly becomes a problem, as it constitutes a precondition for the people's tendency to report crime and to participate in investigations, both as victims and witnesses. The extent to which the judicial authorities are perceived as legitimate, it also affects individual acceptance for and tendency to comply with the laws. It is consequently important to continuously try to increase the trust of groups that have a lower confidence in the judicial institutions. And in this context, the police authority has to carry out its work in a way that does not discriminate or is perceived as discriminatory. The police play an important role in ensuring all persons full enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The recruitment of an ethnically diverse police force is necessary when building trust for the legal system in a diverse communities. Social sensitivity and ability to communicate with different cultural groups constitutes another important element for the police when preventing friction. Failure from the society to address these challenges of policing in a multi-ethnic society risks increasing social tension and can at worst lead to conflict. Within the Swedish Police Authority, work is, among other things, underway to map the occurrence of and prevent ethnic profiling and discrimination by the police. To be stopped by the police because of race or ethnicity is a recurring experience within many groups globally. Racial profiling can have serious consequences as it confirms stereotypes about certain groups and can actually increase discrimination against them. Furthermore, it risks contributing to a reinforced sense of exclusion among many individuals belonging to these groups, which might lead to an increased risk of actual crime. As surveillance technology develops and grows more and more sophisticated, and as the digitalization of society proceeds, it becomes even more important to address these issues from a modern-day perspective. In today's social media landscape, we can see how information travels fast. If police action is perceived as discriminatory, the situation can escalate rapidly and why it is important to strive for a high credibility when addressing these issues. The High Commission on National Minorities' recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies constitutes an important foundation for these discussions. In the context of public trust for the justice system, gender plays an important role, as mentioned earlier. Female and male exposure to the justice system varies. When trying to strengthen interethnic relations and increase the operational effectiveness of the police, gender equal participation in the police force constitutes an important factor. It is also important that women, including women belonging to minority group, feel that the justice system is accessible to them. This is especially important when countering gender discrimination and violence against women, including domestic violence. Unfortunately, we have seen an increase in violence against women during the COVID-19 pandemic. Cooperation with the police force, which is equal in all aspects, will increase the knowledge about local circumstances, relationships between groups and individual actors in any given context. Another important aspect when bridging the gap between police and persons belonging to minorities is the participations of media and civil society. Their contributions are an important part of the whole of society approach. All stakeholders must work together with a common goal in full compliance with international law and with full respect of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Developments outside the world and in our society has led to increased demands on our law enforcement agencies. To be a police officer is to meet, handle, use and define ethnicity in everyday life. Among individuals who encounter the police, there is a special interest in how police officers handle different ethnical issues. This also means that police officers, as representatives of the public order, have a special opportunity to shape ethnic relations in society. The conference of today, addressing recommendations of policing in multi-ethnic societies, provides an excellent platform for us to exchange experiences, as well to identify proposals and to address current challenges. I truly look forward to following the discussions today, and I hope you will find the conference interesting and fruitful. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Jevrel, for your very comprehensive statement touching on issues which will be addressed in all of the panels. And if I may highlight the word trust, which you mentioned, which I think is very much at the core of what it is that we are looking for today, how to build trust when it comes to policing in multi-ethnic societies. It is now my honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Elena Kupčina, OSCE Coordinator of Activities to Address Transnational Threats. Ambassador Kupčina is the OSCE Coordinator of Activities to Address Transnational Threats, and in the span of her extensive diplomatic career, Ambassador Kupčina was, amongst others, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Belarus and served as Ambassador of Belarus to a number of countries, including Austria, Croatia, Hungary, and Slovenia. Ambassador Kupčina also served as the permanent representative to the UN, OSCE, and other international organizations, and has also extensive experience representing Belarus at the UN in New York and Geneva. Dear Ambassador Kupčina, we are very grateful for the support and cooperation of yourself and your office in preparing this anniversary conference and for your participation today. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Director, dear Christoph, for these kind words. Excellencies, distinguished participants, but of course, first of all, distinguished High Commissioner Abdrahmanov, distinguished Ambassador Jevrel, dear Senator Cardin. It is my pleasure and honor to address you today at this 15th conference, 15th anniversary conference of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, Recommendations on Policing in Multi-Ethnic Societies. Promoting and protecting the rights, interests, and aspirations of national minorities are the precondition for conflict prevention, peace, and security across the entire OSCE region and beyond. We are grateful to the HCNM for the excellent cooperation in the organization of today's event and for their tireless work in promoting the rights of minorities in all aspects of social, economic, and cultural life and public affairs, including police work. Police remains one of the most important services to provide security in our diverse societies. Therefore, promoting the development of an inclusive, transparent, and accountable police system is at the core of the OSCE's comprehensive approach to security. An integral part of this work is to support police-public partnerships that foster trust and joint problem solving in multi-ethnic and minority communities. The OSCE's policing mandate lies not only in assisting law enforcement agencies of participating states in addressing threats posed by criminal activity, but also in ensuring respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. The essence of policing is to serve and protect citizens, including minorities. The implementation of the recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies is relevant today as when they were first published 15 years ago. Diversity within our societies is growing, and if left unattended and not governed well, it could result in the risk of divisions along the lines of identity, leading to exclusion and marginalization, ultimately creating preconditions for tensions, thus challenging security between and within participating states. Besides a rise in diversity, driven also by global increase in migration, fueled by conflict, instability, and climate change, social media is another factor, which, if left unattended and not governed well, has the potential to enhance inter-ethnic tensions. Experts have emphasized that online hate speech against minorities is increasing, amplifying negative views and sentiments against minorities, even escalating into a hate crime. The pandemic has spurred a new wave of anti-minority sentiments and a growing level of hostility against minorities online. For example, online Roma and Sinti were persistently blamed for spreading or causing COVID-19. This emphasizes that promoting integration, tolerance, and non-discrimination of minorities in multi-ethnic societies is more relevant than ever. Many participating states currently undertaking police reform processes to better serve their communities and increase security. We deem it important to use this opportunity to call for the OSCE participating states and partners for cooperation to make full use of these recommendations, as they remain an important tool to ensure police are fulfilling their task in compliance with human rights, including minority rights. The implementation of recommendations is also mutually beneficial. On one hand, minorities benefit from policing, which is more sensitive to their concerns and more responsive to their individual requirements for personal protection and access to justice. While on the other hand, police benefits from greater operational effectiveness given to closer communication and cooperation with minority communities. Let me provide you with some concrete examples. The OSCE, both the Transnational Threats Department and our field operations, advises participating states on how to recruit, train, and develop police services that are more representative of the communities they serve. In this regard, the OSCE especially focuses on initiatives to increase recruitment of underrepresented minorities in security and law enforcement agencies, removing any direct or indirect discriminatory barriers. To ensure sustainability, ownership, and replication of knowledge, we place special emphasis on the integration of training modules focused on minority issues and inter-ethnic relations in training curricula of police academies. Furthermore, our priority lies in training criminal justice practitioners in a way to ensure the impartial and non-discriminatory enforcement of law among all ethnic communities. One of the most effective approaches to increase trust between police and the community they serve remains community policing. Within its framework, the OSCE provides capacity building initiatives for participating states on how to foster constructive engagement with all ethnic communities. Through these strengthened communication and cooperation efforts between minorities and the police, we seek to systematically increase minorities' level of participation in enhancing conflict prevention, safety, and social cohesion within communities. A concrete example of the application of community policing in multi-ethnic societies stems from the field of hate crime. Among many successful examples, let me recognize the work of the OSCE mission to Serbia. It is providing support to the Commissioner for Protection of Equality and the Ministry of Interior in raising the capacities of police officers on issues relating to anti-discrimination and understanding hate crime on the basis of race, gender, religion, language, political affiliations, national origin, property, birth, or other status. The mission has been working with law enforcement on introducing the topic of identification and handling of hate crimes. The OSCE field presences and executive structures are also supporting participating states in successfully applying gender-sensitive community policing practices in multi-ethnic societies in the context of preventing terrorism and countering violent extremism and radicalization that lead to terrorism. They have found that community policing in the context of preventing terrorism represents a powerful tool to improve relations between police and minorities, improving minorities' vigilance and resilience against violent extremism and radicalization, and facilitating a timely identification and referral of critical situations. I would like to conclude, distinguished colleagues, by reiterating that we remain highly committed to continue to support participating states in implementing the High Commissioner's recommendation on policing in multi-ethnic societies. I thank you very much for your kind attention, for your dedication and support, and I wish you a very rich and productive discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kupčina, for your very kind words. And also thank you very much for sharing some concrete examples of the work of the Transnational Threats Department when it comes to community policing. Your office has really extensive experience across the OSCE region, so thank you very much. Distinguished participants, we will now see a video message from Senator Ben Cardin, Chairman of the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, also known as the US Helsinki Commission, as well Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on State Department and US Agency for International Development Management, International Operations, and Bilateral International Development. Senator Cardin joined the Helsinki Commission in 1993, and in 2015 he was named as the Special Representative on Anti-Semitism, Racism, and Intolerance for the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, a position he continues to hold today. Even though Senator Cardin was not able to join us live, we are really delighted to have the chairman of the US Helsinki Commission address our conference today to share his reflections on challenges in multi-ethnic policing. And I would like to take this opportunity to very much thank the US Helsinki Commission for their cooperation with our office on the issue of policing in multi-ethnic societies. Please.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland. As the Special Representative on Anti-Semitism, Racism, and Intolerance for the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, I am pleased to address you today to mark this important anniversary. Recent events make clear that the High Commissioner on National Minorities' recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies that outlines ways to make law enforcement more representative and encourages enhanced communication and trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve across the OSCE region are as relevant today as they were 15 years ago. It was just earlier this year in May that the U.S. Justice Department indicted Derek Chauvin and 3 Minnesotians, police officers, who did nothing to prevent George Floyd's death on federal civil rights charges. And while George Floyd's death illuminated abuses within our law enforcement system and racial injustice embedded in societies around the world, it did not prevent the more than 650 fatal police shootings that took place so far this year in my country, with African Americans and Latinos being the primary victims. It also did not prevent the June death of Stanislav Tomasz, a Romanian man who tragically died in the same manner as George Floyd, with a Czech police officer kneeling on his neck. Protests and advocacy did not prevent members of racial and ethnic communities from being detained more often than others during COVID-19 lockdowns. Calls for justice did not prevent a court from ruling last month that it was allowable for an airport security to profile a Dutch counselor of Congolese descent or anyone else at an airport because of their ethnicity. We must do more. Some years ago, I introduced the End Racial and Religious Profiling Act and the Law Enforcement Trust and Integrity Act. Respectfully, these bills would create an enforceable ban on the use of discriminatory profiling by law enforcement officers at all levels of government and improve and standardize law enforcement accreditation standards. In response to the tragic deaths of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, among others, in the ensuing social unrest in the summer of 2020, I worked with my House and Senate colleagues to incorporate these bills and many other important solutions into the broader George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Importantly, this body of legislation requires enhanced profiling data collection for our Justice Department, conditions state and local law enforcement funds on combating profiling, bans chokeholds, calls for steps critical to demilitarize police forces, and requires police officers to wear body cameras. Additionally, it recognizes the importance of diversity in law enforcement, calls for police to be held accountable in courts, and provides tools for governments to better investigate and prosecute police misconduct. These are examples of guiding legislative and legal aims that I was pleased to present at the Policing in Diverse Societies Principles and Good Practices event I held with the High Commissioner's Office last year. Strengthening cooperation between law enforcement and civil society, providing victims assistance, and promoting democracy and equal opportunity must become key aspects of the OSCE efforts to address hate crimes and intolerance in the region. Racial, ethnic, and religious profiling must end, and the policing recommendations offered a guide for transforming law enforcement to protect and serve all, not just some, of our communities. However, it is because of these instances continue that our recently led efforts within the Parliamentary Assembly to adopt an urgent item at the annual session on addressing the rise in hate, intolerance, violence, and discrimination across the OSCE region. It calls for an OSCE action plan to implement our shared commitments concerning tolerance and non-discrimination, including by addressing discriminatory policing. I welcome today's event as an opportunity to consider these and other efforts that can improve law enforcement and his relationship with our communities to reimagine public safety in an equitable and just way. Thank you for your participation.
Distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants, it is now my distinct pleasure to give the floor to the Minister of Interior of the Kyrgyz Republic, His Excellency Ulan Niazbekov. Minister Niazbekov has served as Minister of Interior of the Kyrgyz Republic since 2020, and prior to his appointment, the minister held numerous positions within the Ministry of Interior, including Chief of Financial Department, but also worked in the Public Safety Unit. Mr. Minister, we're truly honored that you traveled from Kyrgyzstan to participate in person at our anniversary conference. We are very grateful that you will share the experience of the Kyrgyz Republic, also more in detail in panel 2 later this morning on recruitment and representation of national minorities in police service. And I look forward to your opening comments. Thank you very much. Please, sir.
Спасибо. Уважаемый Айрат Кудайбергенович, дорогие участники конференции, для меня большая честь принять участие в данной конференции под патронажем ОБСЕ, которая объединяет 57 государств, участников и работает во имя стабильности, мира и демократии, осуществляя политический диалог по всем вопросам общих человеческих ценностей. Мы благодарим Австрию, в частности столицу Вену, мировую кузницу искусства за радушный прием. Тема конференции, посвященная 15-летнему юбилею рекомендаций Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств по вопросам полицейской деятельности в многонациональном обществе, крайне актуальна. Как министр внутренних дел Крымской республики могу заверить вас, что мы делаем особый упор на сотрудничество милиции и общества, в том числе с представителями этнических меньшинств Кыргызстана. На постоянной основе ведется работа по предупреждению межэтнических конфликтов и ограничению прав граждан. В завершении своего выступления желаю всем плодотворной работы и достижения конкретных результатов. Спасибо за внимание. У меня потом будет еще одно выступление, и я там подробно выступлю. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. We very much look forward to hearing about the experience in Kyrgyzstan later from you this morning. Dear colleagues, this brings us to the end of the opening panel, and it is my pleasure to hand the floor to Dr. Anastasia Krikli to moderate the first panel. And I would like to ask you for a few minutes so that we can change the nameplates. Thank you very much.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anastasia Crickley. As you may gather from my accent, I'm Irish, even if speaking in English. So may I just say, Tá áthas ar an bheith an seo. That means in my language, I'm very glad to be here. It's an honor and privilege for me to participate today and to remember the colleagues I was able to work with in advising on the development of the High Commissioner for National Minorities' recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies. In doing so, I'd like also right here now to acknowledge and note the work of previous and of this High Commissioner for National Minorities. The High Commissioner for National Minorities, High Commissioners for National Minorities, ably supported by the staff in their office, some of whom you've already spoken with this morning, ably supported by those staff, have made a difference for minorities throughout the participating states. They occupy a unique space, for me, somewhat like the unique platform the OSCE itself can provide for participating states. A platform also uniquely and with very good outcomes extended to civil society voices. And I have been able to participate both as a member of civil society and as someone involved with the organization over the years. I'm particularly conscious in saying that Roma have already been mentioned this morning, but I'm particularly conscious also of the attempts made by this office and by the OSCE overall to ensure the inclusion of Roma and of travellers in the work that's undertaken. And I'm conscious of the ways in which that has actively and in a very progressive way helped to create conditions for further integration of Roma and travellers. Maybe more could be done, but what it has done is certainly create the conditions where these issues can be raised very publicly and very clearly. Friends, there have been changes in the policing climate globally over the last 15 years. Some of these have already been mentioned this morning. Over the past 5 years especially, there is consistently more public evidence across the globe, as well as in OSCE participating states, of the urgent need for changes in policing and minorities. High-profile cases in a number of countries point to systemic underpinnings of discrimination and racism, which require root and branch recognition and reform. George Floyd and Breonna Taylor have already been mentioned. But if we're going to talk about systemic reform, then we also need to talk about structures, institutions, as well as experiences, and to acknowledge that sometimes these matters, to paraphrase the UN CERD's International Covenant on the Elimination of All Forms of Racism, sometimes these things are in effect rather than deliberately and very publicly on purpose, although the matter remains the same. These will doubtless feature in our discussions today, but as we avail of this opportunity to take stock, as the High Commissioner has already said, of the policing recommendations, I'm reminded very much of the often unsung initiatives which have worked and of the promising practices which can be shared and built on. I'm reminded also of the need to view the recommendations as both standalone and part of a suite of HCNM recommendations, which also need to be taken together. I'm thinking of Ljubljana and Graz after these recommendations, and of the Hague, Oslo, and Luna recommendation, and Ljubljana recommendations also before, or Lund, sorry, recommendations before them. A reread of the recommendation shows that the practical guidance we sought to help to advise on at that point in time, the practical guidance they provide still resonates and still needs real implementation with action plans and monitoring inclusive of all stakeholders. The key themes of recruitment and representation, where more still needs to be done, of training and professional development, where training in policing for multi-ethnic societies still needs, in my view, to be a mandatory examined part of all pre-service training and an ongoing part of conditions for promotion. The key theme of engaging with ethnic communities, There is still more work to be done. We women are very familiar with the idea that nothing about us should happen without us. Then how can we expect that policing in multi-ethnic societies can be organized without the direct participation at all levels by those for whom it is intended? Operational practices also, including de facto racial profiling. And to be honest, I have to say, in my experience in a variety of organizations reviewing discrimination and racism, I have yet to come across a country where de facto, and to be fair, it's not part of the statute books in a number of places, racial profiling doesn't happen. But it is difficult to acknowledge these things and to create the conditions for their removal. And preventing and managing conflict. Let me say these are all today's issues too. But progress has been made. Much has happened since 2006, not least very recently with the global pandemic we are still managing, including here this morning, to work alongside. Much has happened, but for the recommendations to continue to resonate and to continue to support the adoption by participating states of policies which clearly recognize the importance of policing for internet relations, what has happened needs to be taken on board and included and built on, as indeed our previous speakers have said. I've already mentioned racism and ethnic profiling, but it would be very remiss of me not to also focus on the need now for disaggregated data, organized and collected using a human rights framework and anonymized. The particular current situation of minority women, whether as victims, accused, or police themselves. The need for appropriate legislation to back recommendations, and the need for resources, because to be fair to police forces, they're sometimes asked to do things that require real resourcing in order to create the conditions for them. These are all issues, as are the current flow of migrants, whether they are documented or undocumented, and intersectional issues. And in particular here, I would like to point to the intersection with poverty and the ways in which all of these, including online hate, have created challenges which I think we have to acknowledge mean that the trust the recommendations hoped could exist by now between policing forces globally and the participating states, the minorities in participating states, that trust still has a bit to go to build. I'm conscious that these are issues not just for all of you, but issues for my own country and for countries throughout the region. But for now, I look forward to the analysis today's discussion will bring, and in particular to the panel that I'm about to give the floor to. In this panel, we are going to continue to look to, as the opening session has already done, to successes and challenges in implementation of the guidelines. The distinguished panelists I'm about to introduce will have 7 to 8 minutes each. After all have spoken and given their introductory remarks and inputs, all of you, whether here with me or here in spirit virtually, will have the opportunity to make a max of 3-minute interventions, and hopefully we will have time for some responses as well. It's my great pleasure then to introduce the first panelist for this morning, Dr. Elizabeth Sander-Zale, who is Deputy Commissioner for Fundamental Rights, responsible for the rights of national minorities of Hungary. Professor Zale has studied law and teaches at the University of Pécs and has been a visiting professor at the University of Babes-Bolyai since 2004. Over the years, she has taught at various universities in Europe and was Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Pécs, where she also held the chair of international and European law for many years. In addition, she was director of the Centre for European Research and Education and has been a member of the advisory committee for the Framework Convention on the Protection of National Minorities, where I myself also soldiered at a slightly earlier stage since 2016. From 2013 fulfilled her first mandate as ombudsperson responsible for the rights of national minorities in Hungary. And in 2019, she was re-elected to this post for a further 6 years. Professor, you are welcome, and we look forward very much to hearing your remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Chairperson, for the floor. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished High Commissioner, distinguished participants. It is an honor for me to speak to you this morning. I hope you do hear me. Okay. Yes, so as from 27th February 2020, the Hungarian Parliament abolished the so-called Police Complaints Board, which was established in 2007, specifically to investigate complaints about police actions that violate fundamental rights, and at the same time delegated its tasks to the Commissioner for Fundamental Rights, commonly known as the Ombudsman in Hungary. With the Ombudsman's office, the Directorate for Law Enforcement was set up as an independent unit to investigate complaints about police action. It is responsible for investigating police complaints, so-called police complaints, relating to police action, failure to take action, or the use of coercive means. At present, if the person concerned so requests, their complaint about police action is dealt with by the national police captain, following an investigation by the commissioner. The ombudsman draws up a report on the case and sends it to the national police captain, who is obliged to explain if his decision differs from the report. The commissioner may intervene in any legal action to review a police decision. Among the legislative changes affecting the Ombudsman's investigation of police complaints, the deadline for filing a complaint has been significantly extended, 1 year from the date of the police action. The Ombudsman may establish a violation of fundamental rights not only in the case of a concrete violation of fundamental rights, but also in the case of an imminent threat of such violation. And any authority not concerned by the investigation, or any organization or person not qualified as an authority who may have relevant information for the effective conduct of the investigation, is also obliged to cooperate in and contribute to the Ombudsman's investigation. In the last 2 years, the Directorate in our office received 434 police complaints, of which 195 cases are under investigation. So far, 38 cases have been subject of an Ombudsman's report, which has identified 14 cases of maladministration. In total, 3 complaints were received that specifically dealt with discrimination on the grounds of ethnic origin. 3. Last year, 2 cases were reported in which the complainants complained of biased police action on the grounds of their Roma origin. In the first case, an off-duty police officer took arbitrary action against the complainant in the absence of legal conditions. And in the second case, the complainant's behavior did not justify the use of coercive measures. In the third case, the Ombudsman considered the police actions to be abusive in several respects. The fact that the complainant was arrested without discretion violated his right to personal liberty, and the fact that the complainant was stripped to his underwear without legal authorization violated the prohibition of degrading treatment. In the latter case, although not explicitly complained about in the complaint itself, the NGO representing the complainant and the press reports emphasized the Roma origin of the complainant. All of the 3 investigations of the Roma complainants mentioned above revealed breaches of fundamental rights, but none of them were linked to biased action by the police, meaning discrimination on the basis of origin, because there was insufficient substantiated information available during the investigation. As I mentioned priorly, since 2020, complaints concerning police action only are investigated by the Directorate for Law Enforcement. This has also changed the possibilities for the Ombudsman and the Deputy Commissioner responsible for national and ethnic minorities to proceed in other related areas. And I will give you 2 or 3 examples of this shortly. Although complaints concerning police action alone are currently investigated by the Directorate, it is obliged to cooperate with the minority ombudsperson, the Deputy Commissioner, in the case of complaints also alleging discrimination on grounds of national or ethnic origin. However, as the Deputy Commissioner, I myself may also act in cases of complaints of discrimination based on ethnic origin in the course of criminal or administrative proceedings in connection with the actions or omissions of the police or the investigating prosecutor's office, which represent about 5 to 8% of the average 400 complaints received from persons with national or ethnic background per year, or roughly 20-30 cases. Important information in this regard is that about 6 to 8% of the total Hungarian population has a Roma background. In this position I have, and I'm currently conducting full investigations into several such cases. One case should be highlighted from the period before 2020. It concerned the review of police measures taken against a complainant of Roma origin in the framework of so-called increased control. The main finding of this report are that increased control, both formal and substantive, which is the legal basis for the complainant's identity control and the search of his clothing, raises concerns about the rule of law. The form of taking a decision is inappropriate for ordering an increased control, as the law does not provide for such an authorization. So-called increased control may be ordered only for the purposes laid down in an act of parliament and within the limits of time and space, and only the measures provided for in that special act of parliament may be taken. Due to the formal and substantive deficiencies of the decisions ordering increased control at national level, the procedure of the national police captain has given rise to anomalies with respect to the requirements of legal certainty and the right to respect for privacy. Therefore, the report made various recommendations to the Minister of Interior and the national police captain. The report also examined the link between police measures and ethnic profiling. According to European Union research, police in some countries stop members of minorities, Roma in Hungary, for example, more often than members of the majority population. In Hungary, the results of the European Commission studies show that Roma persons are more likely to be affected by increased checks than other persons. The existence of the problem of ethnic profiling cannot therefore be denied, as ignoring this phenomenon could lead to an imminent risk of violating the requirement of equal treatment and could result in discrimination against persons of Roma nationality. If you allow me to speak you about very shortly about 2 special cases. In the case of a Roma complainant who had been detained and complained of police ill treatment, I have drawn the attention of the national police captain to the need for police forces to always have a medical report prepared in accordance with the law on complaints of ill treatment of detainees by a member of the authorities. I also drew attention to the fact that the scheme to be used by the police body responsible for detention does not contain information on the implementation of the legal provisions on the obligation to notify relatives of the detained persons, and therefore I have asked the national police captain to initiate the completion of the form in accordance with the law. And this form, which is annexed to the staff regulations, was amended from June this year. In another case, in which the police had opened an investigation against a child boy with Roma background for breach of peace and defamation because of the behavior of the complainant's child at school, I pointed out that under the Criminal Procedure Act, the investigating authority must reject
I'm sorry. My
If
apologies.
available
My
information
apologies, Professor.
indicates that the perpetrator is a child. I therefore drew the attention of the head of
Your
the
time
office
are
that is
failing a little
concerned
bit,
to
I'm
the
afraid.
need
Sorry
to
about that.
respect the rules of the criminal procedure guarantee and to the fact that crime prevention and law enforcement activities in public education establishments can only be carried out in compliance with the legal provisions and other legal norms. I would like to conclude by thanking you for your kind attention and the possibility to share with you some of our experiences in this high-level anniversary conference.
Thank you very much, Professor. My apologies if I tried to interrupt you there. I am trying to be a little careful to ensure that all of the panelists get somewhat similar timing to speak. But thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your experiences, particularly the experience with regard to the Roma. I would now like to invite Ms. Elvira Azimova, who's Commissioner for Human Rights of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to address us. Ms. Azimova graduated from the International Kazakhstan Turkish University in International Law in 1996. And she began her career then at the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan, where she held a number of roles, beginning as Chief Consultant of the Department of International Legal Support, then as Deputy Head of the Administration of the Department of Legislation, International Law and Protocol. And from 2005 to 2010, she was Head of the Department of Regulations and International Law, Property Rights Protection, Contracts and Claims Work. Onwards from 2010 to 13 as Head of the Department of Treaty Examination, and from then to 2019, Deputy Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan. She's received a number of awards, including the 10th anniversary of the Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan in 2005, the 20th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Kazakhstan in 2012, and awards for the contribution to the creation of the Eurasian Economic Union in 2015, and contribution to the development of the Eurasian Economic Union again in 2019. She also holds an honorary diploma of the Republic of Kazakhstan 2007 and is a recipient of the Order of Kermit in 2013. Ms. Azimova, can I invite you to take the floor and encourage you, remind you also that you'll have 7 to 8 minutes. Thank you very, very much.
Уважаемый модератор, я благодарю за такое подробное мое представление. Я хотела бы в целом выразить приветствие всем гостям и членам. Сейчас, минутку. Я бы хотела выразить приветствие всем гостям и участникам конференции. Хочу сказать, что в первую очередь поздравить инициаторов конференции в лице господина Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств и офис ОБСЕ с юбилейным событием. В этом году исполнилось ровно 15 лет, как были приняты первые рекомендации по гиду ОБСЕ, о чем говорилось спикерами в начале мероприятия. И сам пост Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ был утвержден в 1992 году в целях мирного содействия при прекращению конфликта. В условиях современных глобальных вызовов мы все понимаем и еще раз убеждаемся, что это направление ОБСЕ является наиболее актуальным и востребованным в целях раннего мирного предупреждения конфликтов и снятия напряженности в обществе. Предупреждение нарушения базовых прав человека, прежде всего речь идет о праве на жизнь и свободы. Особенно остро эта востребованность обозначилась в период борьбы по предотвращению распространения вируса COVID-19 и именно на фоне введения правительствами в действие чрезвычайных мер. И в этой связи, конечно же, речь шла о необходимости поиска, и продолжается этот вопрос именно в контексте уроков пандемии, поиска безопасного и в то же время неконфликтного решения вопросов с учетом потребностей всех членов общества. Особенно это касается представителей и национальных меньшинств, и других маргинализированных групп. Речь, конечно, как уже отмечали в основной сессии конференции, речь идет о нескольких важных моментах. Во-первых, это соблюдение прав человека с позиции равноправия и недискриминации по любому признаку. Во-вторых, это инклюзивный подход в самих программах правительств с учетом потребностей всех групп. Третье – это обязательный учет языковых потребностей. Все государственные услуги должны быть доступны на всех языках сообщества. И речь идет не только о языках меньшинств или государственном или других официальных языках. Речь идет об устранении преград для лиц с инвалидностью и для лиц, не владеющих государственными официальными языками. В-четвертых, это необходимость защиты экономически уязвимых групп. И это в первую очередь касается иностранных трудовых мигрантов, лиц без формального устройства и представителей маргинализированных групп. Ну и, конечно, самое главное – это нулевая терпимость к любым проявлениям дискриминации, ксенофобии. Особенно это касается средств массовой информации и интернета. С одной стороны, конечно, мы понимаем обеспокоенность о необходимости соблюдения всех стандартов и принятых обязательств, именно связанных с соблюдением свободы слова, но здесь же мы не можем отрицать того, что мы должны вырабатывать четкие, именно неконфликтные инструменты борьбы с проявлениями дискриминации и ксенофобии не в том традиционном смысле, как раньше было, а именно в том смысле, когда идет использование современных технологий. Это совершенно новые другие инструменты. Казахстан продолжает ту политику, которую заявляет неоднократно в международных площадках, об этническом и культурном многообразии Казахстана как главном стратегическом ресурсе страны. И в этом ключе, конечно, есть ряд, к сожалению, конфликтов, которые вызывают определенную обеспокоенность и необходимость именно переосмысления тех традиционных подходов и политики, в том числе в деятельности правоохранительных органов. К примеру, в Казахстане в феврале 2020 года произошел конфликт, так называемые курдайские события, которые повлекли человеческие жертвы и причинение имущественного ущерба. Но необходимо сказать, что, конечно, этот конфликт был устранен, правоохранительные органы и правительство, и местные исполнительные органы выполнили, реализовали алгоритм по межведомственному взаимодействию и информационному освещению. Но нужно отметить одну особенность. С одной стороны, положительный эффект в этом алгоритме сыграло то, что помимо представителей государственных органов и местного самоуправления активно в этот процесс вовлеклись простые граждане, известные общественные деятели и активисты на местах. И это позволило не просто предотвратить конфликт, а именно установить контакт с населением, установить доверие. Поэтому в определенном смысле эти события тоже способствовали тому, что в Казахстане усилилась, активизировалась работа по реформе сервисной полиции. В определенной степени на этот фактор сыграли и другие события. В частности, конечно, это произошли ряд событий, связанные с несвоевременным реагированием на именно меры и непринятие своевременных мер защиты, связанные именно с правами меньшинств. Но в целом нужно отметить, что сейчас процесс, именно нацеленный на пересмотр работы правоохранительных органов, он идет, и нам бы, конечно, хотелось бы принять в этом участие и обеспечить, чтобы этот процесс был достаточно прозрачным и понятным населению с самого начала в формировании и закреплении новых инструментов работы правоохранительных органов. Потому что это тоже сыграет положительную роль не только для самой полиции, но и для усиления доверия населения к полиции. Нужно отметить, что в этом контексте, конечно, как и мой предыдущий коллега, спикер из Венгрии, отмечал, определенную роль должны играть и уполномоченные по правам человека. И для меня сейчас очень ответственный момент, потому что парламент и правительство Казахстана принимают не только законодательные, но и финансовые меры по укреплению потенциала уполномоченного, в том числе по открытию его региональных представительств. Вот для нас это позволит именно усилить представленность на местном уровне и более оперативно реагировать на жалобы граждан на местах. Но самое важное – проводить оперативные переговоры с полицией и с другими правоохранительными органами по пресечению правонарушений. Конечно, сегодня мы должны признать, что к сотрудникам правоохранительных органов обществом предъявляются высокие требования в части умения предвидеть и предотвращать кризисные ситуации. Поэтому, наверное, очень важно, чтобы вот в этой политике по формированию новых навыков и новых подходов, в том числе на законодательном уровне, было очень важное внимание уделено и управлению кризисными ситуациями. И если мы вспомним все рекомендации, которые в этом ключе вырабатывала ОБСЕ, наверное, как раз-таки для казахстанской реальности сейчас именно возможность более углубленно подойти к реализации этих рекомендаций и рекомендаций других международных площадок, нацеленных на развитие нового формата полиции, переговорной полиции. Актуальность, конечно, объясняется двумя факторами. Во-первых, это политические кризисные ситуации, которые являются относительно новыми явлениями, характеризуются определенными особенностями, и нужно вырабатывать эффективные инструменты. Но, с другой стороны, очень важна практика самих сотрудников правоохранительных органов, именно иметь достаточные знания по психологии толпы, владеть инструментами эффективной коммуникации. И это позволит снизить процент применения силовых методов обеспечения безопасности, а перейти на мирные методы и инструменты урегулирования конфликтов. Таким образом, мы говорим о необходимости развития так называемых гибких умений и навыков, то есть soft skills. И поэтому в этом ключе мы видим очень важным поддержку и поощрение со стороны ОБСЕ практик стран по развитию именно этого направления. И, конечно же, партнерство, потому что, на мой взгляд, в этом ключе было бы очень хорошо поработать именно с развитием этих коммуникаций в контексте именно партнерства с ведомственными организациями образования, которые готовят на регулярной основе и занимаются вопросами повышения квалификации сотрудников правоохранительных органов. Ну, в целом, завершая свое выступление, я хотела бы сказать, что очень важно продолжать и расширенный формат диалога, как сегодняшняя конференция. И очень важно, конечно же, в этом ключе, на этих площадках распространять и поощрять обмен положительными практиками, инклюзивной коммуникации не только между сообществами, но и между полицией и сообществами. Это как раз залог устойчивости и стабильности государства и сообществ. Спасибо, на этом я завершаю свое выступление.
Thank you very much, Ms. Azimova. I'm particularly struck by your careful consideration of the complexity of the issues and your acknowledgement of the special requirements for rights realization and zero tolerance that are needed. And also your comments about rethinking and reshaping policing in the light of new issues. And I was very struck by your comment with regard to police who talk and who listen. So thank you very much indeed. And with that, can I now invite our final panelist for this session, Mr. Goce Bakanov, who is Assistant Minister at the Police Training Center, Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic of North Macedonia. Mr. Bakanov, Assistant Minister for Training Center, hails from North Macedonia. He's accrued almost 30 years of policing experience at different levels and with varied responsibilities. He's currently responsible for the training centre of the country's police with 20 years of experience in police reform, including through reform of the police education system and recruitment of a multi-ethnic force. I very much look forward to your perspective as someone who has been directly involved in yourself and now directly involved in the education and training of others who will be doing that. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Big hello from sunny Skopje. I wish you a successful work day today, and I would like to share my experience and my attitude. And I have no prepare exactly the speech, but I will try to show you little short story for case North Macedonia. First of all, I spent almost all my career for the police training process here in North Macedonia, and I am a witness. I know almost whole phase until destroying Yugoslavia until now, and with my personal experience, I am witness for the whole prejudice, for whole obstacles, and I'm almost totally aware for multi-ethnic police learning process or education. What does it mean? Multi-ethnic society is a very expensive toy for the state because you have to multi-ethnic society and state institution is like a mirror. Mirror have to be clear. On the other side, state have to be clear, like mirror. The most visible state institution is police. Also others, but the police service is a very visible for the citizens, for every culture, every group, every minorities, and that's why our environment, national environment, is multi-ethnic. We have traditional sense for differences, for different religion, for different cultural groups, minorities. Last 10 years for the gender equalities. That's why I will mention one sentence: multi-ethnic society like a bicycle. You have to turn the pedals if you want to drive a bicycle. I would like to mention several points for the training process. First of all, with the, maybe as you know, 2001, North Macedonia adopt Ohrid Agreement after ethnic conflict, together with our partners OSCE, European Union, and political representatives. According to Ohrid Agreement, we adopt our constitution, where the nominated the new the new participation of all ethnic groups in state. The first 2 years was, how to say, was pioneer phase where we have to how to say criteria lower criteria for the minorities to be a process to implement involving the minorities in our state institution be more quickly. After that, we changed the police training system almost radical. In that time, I was head here. We divide police academy in 2 pieces: faculty for securities and police training center. Faculty for securities continue to work as other faculties university in our country, and training center belong inside in the Ministry for Interior organization. In that time, Dutch Police Academy was twinning partner, and we established very, how to say, unique only for us acceptable way of learning. It's mean three principles are based all police training learning in North Macedonia: safe learning environment, self-evaluation, and self-responsible learning process, and self-evaluation. That is, how to say, very difficult, but very justice for the all participants. If you have in mind that the biggest national group in North Macedonia, Albanian and Macedonian, we have even in language barriers. Language barriers we solve on the more or less efficient way with the exchange traditional language experience with the students. We build ambience with the confidence between beginners. And I think that is most important base for our task to profile professional police officer for every micro society or on the low level. First of all, the key of the design training programs is training needs. The training needs is a very different setup of the region. The western part of the region, where I live, mostly Albanian, they have other training, one training need, but on the other side we have another. That's why our training needs always correspondent, always communicated with the real needs from the field, from the society, to be how to say implementing in our curricula. Advantage in our curricula is that usually and always we take 10% empty space for developing with the new problems, with the new topics, with the new law. It's mean that the basic level police training program is adaptable according the needs become during the training process. On the other side, I'm very proud because every graduated students here finish with how to say almost zero prejudice between ethnic groups. On the other side, I would like to emphasize one strange situation when we started implementing the Ohrid agreement. The students, they don't like to work in their own villages, in their own cities, because in that time the first several years after conflict, we have no enough confidence in the local level. In that period, we have problems with adapting the students, the police officer in their own area. But now we have no problem with that. Every police officer without, it doesn't matter if it's Albanian, Roma, Turkish, Serbs, or other minorities, can work in any place in our country without prejudice. I am very proud for that, because if you have in mind, before 20 years we have ethnic conflict. Now we on the phase very how to say advanced. That's why I'm very proud. And I will mention again on the end that it is very expensive process, very expensive. The state have to have money for this issue. Thank you very much. That is my explanation. Sorry for my maybe it's not clear English, but I think you receive my message.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakanov. I think your focus on the importance of language, we did receive your message, don't worry. I think your focus on the importance of language is a really important one. And I was also very struck by your concern that training needs should be contextualized to the area and the communities that are to be policed. Certainly that makes sense. So thank you very much indeed. We can now move to the discursive part of this session. Unfortunately, Professor Sander Zale has had to leave us, but I understand we still have the involvement and participation of Mr. Bakanov and of Ms. Azimova. And can I invite now any of you who are here or any of you who are tuned into us in any of the participating states to put your questions or to make your comments if you would wish to do so. Reminding you also that our purpose here and our purpose in this session is to review overall the implementation of the 2006 recommendations, which I'm sure you've all gotten this morning, and those of you who aren't with us have had an opportunity to review and reread like myself. So can I invite questions or comments, please? Thank you very much. I recognize the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Прежде всего, хотели бы поблагодарить Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам нацменьшинств за организацию этого мероприятия. Мы также признательны докладчикам за их очень интересные, детальные выступления. Мы разделяем мнение, что подобные юбилейные мероприятия – это хороший повод оценить эффективность выполнения рекомендаций, а также возможные способы повышения их действенности. Сегодня многие докладчики констатировали, что в некоторых государствах ОБСЕ продолжает существовать феномен системного расизма в полиции. И он не только существует, но и мы могли наблюдать и рост этого явления. Полицейское насилие зачастую непропорционально, часто и жестоко применяется к представителям определенных рас. И, то есть мы можем наблюдать, по сути, профилирование по расовому признаку в полицейской деятельности. В этой связи у нас вопрос к докладчикам. Как бороться с этими негативными явлениями расового профилирования в полицейской деятельности и каким образом можно было бы повысить эффективность рекомендаций ВКНМ по вопросам полицейской деятельности в многонациональном обществе в части, касающейся борьбы с профилированием на почве расы. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Most pertinent question, if I may say so. Perhaps I will go immediately then to the two panelists who remain with us, Ms. Azimova and Mr. Bakanov. So, Ms. Azimova, would you like to respond to that immediately?
Да, я хотела ответить российской стороне. Я благодарю за комментарий, который прозвучал с вашей стороны. Действительно, очень актуальный вопрос с позиции последних событий, которые мы наблюдаем в других странах и вызывает обеспокоенность, потому что для нас это не просто с точки зрения, допустим, тех правозащитников, которые реально вот находятся так сказать, в этой среде и постоянно видят ситуацию изнутри. Для нас очень важно, чтобы была подготовленность полиции, потому что это те лица, которые в первую очередь наделены властными полномочиями и имеют право присутствовать и регулировать эти процессы в случае возникновения конфликтов. Поэтому с этой точки зрения именно наличие властных полномочий накладывает большую ответственность на них, поскольку именно на их работе, на том, насколько эффективно было это предотвращено, как раз-таки складывается и доверие общества к государству. Поэтому в своем выступлении я и говорила о необходимости развития soft skills. К сожалению, как мы наблюдаем, как очень часто образовательные учреждения, именно ведомственные, почему я в тезисе своем сосредоточилась на этом, являются закрытыми. И я помню те же рекомендации, которые неоднократно звучали на таких площадках, и в том числе это рекомендации Управления Верховного комиссара по правам человека ООН о том, чтобы очень важно, чтобы гражданские лица, это гражданские именно лица научного сообщества, гражданского сообщества, вовлекались в процесс обучения, для того, чтобы это была не закрытая система получения новых навыков, а это была именно открытая система. Понятно, что есть определенные программы, предполагающие конфиденциальность режима, но я думаю, что все зависит от того, как будет планироваться учебный процесс. Как отметил мой коллега по этой сессии, важность именно с точки зрения формирования кадровой политики. И в этом ключе, я думаю, очень важно, чтобы именно эта мысль доносилась, потому что достаточно сложно внутри на местах продвигать эти вопросы, поскольку зачастую, когда правоохранительные органы готовят соответствующие проекты, именно нацеленные на повышение квалификации или регулярные учебные циклы, к сожалению, они в большей степени, в них превалируют традиционные именно знания и навыки, которые преподаются внутри этих академий. Для нас очень важно, чтобы здесь была именно конкурентоспособность данных вузов с точки зрения дополнительных навыков, потому что они как раз-таки и в большей степени ориентированы на защиту прав человека и сохранение именно тех ценностей, которые мы для себя именно не только провозгласили, но и приняли международные обязательства. Спасибо.
Thank you very much for that considered response. And can I invite then Mr. Bakanov, if you would like to respond briefly to that as well?
Okay. Okay, I will try to I think during my presentation, I sent a message that we have very strong bridge between ethnic groups. Our spirit, our way of working on the all levels, we cannot recognize enough racialized problem. Because our bridge between ethnic minority is very strong from the moment. Is it clear from you?
I'm being invited to ask the speaker to check his headset. I think that message may have gone directly to the speaker because I understand there are some problems at the moment for interpretation and translation. Perhaps while that's getting sorted, I might just add my own little piece in addition to what Ms. Azimova has been saying. I fully agree with your concern about open training, and I think it does make sense in certain areas. I'm conscious also of your understanding of the complexity of the training and education for police forces. In my experience, I also need to say that I think this training needs to be mandatory, at pre-service level, and not just one of those add-ons that those who are interested participate in. Mandatory, I'd suggest, and examined. And I was really interested in what you said, Ms. Azimova, about continuous professional development, because I'm conscious of the way in which, having supported our own police force in this area myself, sometimes on Garda Síochána, that is, as we call it in our language, sometimes at pre-service level, police training can go through quite a rigorous change. But unless there's a corresponding effort to ensure that those already in the field who have been trained in a different culture, that unless there's an effort also to ensure that their thinking about policing is moved a little bit, it can be very difficult for those who come out with a different sort of cultural way of thinking about things. So I'd suggest that your kind of concern about continuous professional development is very well noted. And again, it seems to me that in today's world, this needs to be part of the ongoing mandatory continuous professional development and reflected perhaps in criteria for promotion as well. There will be areas which are mandatory. And I very much support your idea of the inclusion of those who are being policed in that training. I'm conscious of the value, the great value that that can add in the context of helping to change culture, because sometimes police people from majority populations, the first opportunity they have to really engage with minority populations could be as police people, rather than in a context in which there can be some sort of an exchange, which is the basis for building trust. But enough for me. My job is to moderate. Being Irish, of course, I've lots to say as well, but my job is to moderate. And I am conscious you had a second question, colleague from the Russian Federation, about implementation overall, and I'm not going to forget about it. But meanwhile, I'd like to invite anyone else who would like to make a comment about the implementation of the guidelines and the associated issues over the last 15 years. Is that, I think I can recognize Ireland, is it? Yeah. My own country. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And my own question, I think, can be relatively briefly put. But first, let me thank the HCNM and its offices for having organized this 15-year review, which I think is very timely and very useful. And thanks, of course, to yourself for moderating this particular session. I suppose my broad question, and it is broad, I'm afraid I'm no expert in this area, is if we are reviewing the 15-year implementation of these recommendations, I think you said it yourself, and it's striking when one reads them, that they still resonate, they still have great validity. But I wonder if any of the panel wish to comment on any new priorities that may be seen as necessary with the new vulnerabilities that it can exist, whether they be through migration or through climate change or through other insecurities that can occur. Are there any new priority areas that need further examination to build on what's already been achieved in the recommendations? And in my own language, thank you.
Fáilte, which means you're welcome. The question is about new priorities, and I think it's a very useful one for us to consider today as we both take stock and continue to think about the future. Can I address that directly, first of all, to Ms. Azimova, and I hope that by then the technical difficulties will have been resolved with Mr. Buchanan. So, Ms. Azimova.
Благодарю за вопрос. Я, в принципе, один из приоритетов обозначила, и я думаю, что вот та поддержка, которая уже была озвучена со стороны модератора, для меня очень важно, чтобы эта поддержка прозвучала и со стороны других участников сегодняшнего мероприятия. Более того, я, как уже отметила, то, что очень важно, чтобы именно в этот процесс обучения вовлекались представители гражданского сообщества. И третий тезис, пожалуй, который я отметила в своем выступлении, но, может быть, из-за времени недостаточно раскрыла, это важность именно в работе по предупреждению правонарушений в отношении меньшинств, это работа с интернетом. К сожалению, уроки пандемии показали, обострили, что в этом ключе усилились такие правонарушения, оскорбления в сети интернет. И здесь мы наблюдаем не очень-то активную работу полиции, потому что есть определенные моменты, связанные в том числе с непониманием до конца тех рекомендаций, которые сделаны в том числе и ОБСЕ по свободе слова. Но это не отменяет те обязательства, которые приняты именно по недискриминации и по соблюдению прав меньшинств. И я думаю, что в этом ключе очень важно поработать над новым форматом рекомендаций, именно совмещенных рекомендаций, которые бы могли позволить совместить именно рекомендации люблянские и другие рекомендации с теми рекомендациями, которые сделали другие специальные докладчики и иные официальные лица ОБСЕ. Почему это важно? Потому что на самом деле мы очень часто говорим сегодня об уроках пандемии. Мы говорим о необходимости обновления и актуализации национальных инструментов. Но я думаю, это также актуально и для международных организаций, актуализировать инструменты и рекомендации, которые были сделаны ранее. Но при этом, конечно, еще раз хочу отметить, что основной корень, база, фундамент, заложенный в рекомендациях, которые мы сегодня отмечаем, он остался, и это очень важно, это еще раз подтверждает стабильность и устойчивость именно международных организаций и правительств по отношению к пониманию важности защиты прав человека, защиты прав меньшинств. Спасибо.
Thank you very much indeed. And Mr. Bakanov, are we able to communicate with you at this?
Do you hear me?
Indeed, thank you very much.
Okay, about priority, I would like to mention several things. As I mentioned previous, that state have to be mirror with the society and opposite. The most visible state institution is the police. The police officer, beginners, have to be most sensitive for the discrimination other groups. For example, domestic violence. We start to build the standard operation procedures for the recognizing the new how to say sensitive groups, not only the national or other religion, because with the nationals, with Albanian, Macedonian, other groups, we have very strong bridge, but we have together the same problems with other sensitive groups. That will be maybe priority for the future. For example, domestic violence. Even in the last period, we heard about bullying in the basic second. That's why we have a lot of works for the future. But as a priorities, we have to have more sense because integration is the biggest word in this process. Thank you very much.
Very much indeed. There's an outstanding question with regard to the overview of the implementation, comments on the implementation overall from the Russian colleague. Is there anybody else in the room who would wish to, or anyone who has joined us virtually, who would wish to add any question or comment with regard to that? The question, as I understood it, was how do you feel that the recommendations have been implemented? And is there any further comment you'd wish to make? We've gone on to consider some particular matters, and I know that in the following panels, there will be a consideration of a number of particular matters, but are there any final comments that any of you here or anyone joining us would like to make, or can I go back to the panel to ask for their views about that? Okay, perhaps I go back to the panel. I'm conscious that both of you in your original interventions spoke very interestingly and in quite different ways. So perhaps it might be useful to invite you at this stage to make a couple of points with regard to your views about implementation. What do you think needs to be continued? And you've certainly spoken to that. And what do you think are the areas where the recommendations maybe did not receive, or it wasn't possible for them to receive the implementation that they might require? So can I go one more time, please, to Ms. Azimova, please? And in doing so, can I ask you also to make any closing remarks you might wish to make, because this will be the last opportunity to do so. And can I thank you very, very much for all of your contributions thus far.
Ну, в своем выступлении я уже отметила важные моменты, и опять же, в дополнение, в числе тех ответов на вопросы, которые прозвучали от участников, я хотела бы отметить важность именно формирования структуры полиции по принципу равный равному. Это тоже очень важный тренд, который сегодня мы наблюдаем в казахстанской полиции. В частности, вот как уже было сказано моим коллегой-спикером по сессии, именно был упомянут такой компонент, как борьба с бытовым насилием. Скажу, что мы приветствуем именно решение, которое прозвучало на уровне главы государства и сейчас реализуется Министерством внутренних дел о создании специальных подразделений по борьбе с бытовым насилием, с детским насилием. Причем в этих подразделениях обязательно должен быть соблюден гендерный компонент. То есть работа именно женщин-полицейских, потому что, к сожалению, мы говорим об этой категории преступлений именно как о латентных преступлениях. И эта специфика, так же, как и борьба с интернет-преступлениями, должна также присутствовать в практической именно работе полиции. И еще один момент не менее важный, как вы уже отметили, и прозвучал вопрос со стороны российских моих коллег об обзорах. Наверное, в этом ключе очень важно не просто делать международные обсуждения или обзоры, или какие-то исследования, но должны быть практические обзоры. Например, в казахстанской практике у нас каждый год руководители центральных государственных органов и местных исполнительных органов обязаны отчитываться перед населением о принятых мерах и о планируемых задачах и ближайших перспективах. И в этом ключе мы наблюдаем, что, с одной стороны, это способствует именно созданию регулярной обратной связи с населением, то всегда приветствуется с нашей стороны. Но и второй момент – это способствует самодисциплине и выработке, как вы уже отметили, уважаемый модератор, неординарных, но эффективных решений, потому что иногда рутина бывает, способствует рассмотрению той или иной ситуации или вещи с обычной позиции. Но мы понимаем, что в какой-то степени, почему и мы говорим о развитии soft skills, нам нужны именно возможности выработки гибких решений для оперативного реагирования. Поэтому очень хотелось бы, чтобы этот обзор он был также и на уровне сервисной полиции, чтобы это была возможность именно обратной связи с населением, поскольку в этом ключе мы говорим об обеспечении безопасности и уровне доверия, и именно нижний уровень работы полиции, он всегда играет важную роль в формировании вышестоящего именно понимания об эффективности работы в целом правоохранительных органов. Ну и завершая свое выступление, я хочу сказать, еще раз сказать, что это достаточно сложное и необходимое направление, который мы сегодня обсуждаем. И в этом ключе очень важно, чтобы мы в этом направлении, как сказал предыдущий спикер, который задал вопрос, именно связанный, какие еще новые моменты мы можем отметить, очень важно в этом ключе, наверное, нам еще раз проанализировать более тщательно итоги тех жестких условиях, в которых мы с вами пребывали в условиях пандемии, потому что многие моменты показали, что они не актуальны, многие моменты показали необходимость пересмотра политики. И здесь очень важно провести не просто анализ, а реально выработать кардинальные решения. К сожалению, это достаточно такой консервативный орган, правоохранительные органы, и поэтому для того, чтобы это сделать, нужен постоянный диалог. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. And can I go now to Mr. Bakanov, please, briefly?
I will do shortly. our diversity, our society multi-ethnic. It's a very rich with differences. Our priority, as I conclude on the end, I would like to emphasize we have to keep together and to be more sensitive as a police training center for the national minorities, including women and gender equality. Integration, I repeat again, is the most important word in our training process, because if someone miss in process inside with the policing, we will have problem in future, or we will have problem with the mirror. As I mentioned first time, that society and state is a mirror. Mirror have to keep clear. That is my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you both very much for your careful consideration during this session of the complex issues that are associated with the implementation of the policing recommendations. I'm particularly struck by some of the things you've just been saying, which I think will be very useful to bring forward to the sessions that will follow with regard to procedures, for example, of recognizing new issues. It can't be random. With regard to what some of those new issues might look like, with regard to structures needing to be built on the basis of equality from the start, and with regard to practical reviews. With regard to also taking into consideration just now the pandemic and your comments with regard to integration, to which I would also add inclusion and the resources that are required for inclusion. And thank you finally for your comment about the mirror. I think the policing in any state is a reflection and is a mirror of the relationships between the state and its people. Thank you for that. And I'm sure these are things we'll hear during the rest of the day. Can I close by once again congratulating the HCNM and all of the people associated with this session with this day for organizing it, but not just for this day, but for the work that you have done over the last 15 years to secure the implementation of these recommendations, and the work I know that you will continue to do into the future. Thank you. For those of you who are here, let's go enjoy some coffee. And for those of us who are virtually engaged with us, do go and have some as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the second panel. I have the honor to be the moderator for the following discussion, which will be devoted to recruitment and representation of national minorities in police services in order to improve operational practices, trust, and accountability when preventing and managing conflict. As already highlighted by previous speakers, police is a crucial pillar of the OSCE comprehensive approach to security. And the role of police in ensuring the respect for human rights and fundamental freedom, including gender and minority issues, and in promoting good interethnic relations cannot be overstated. Diversity within our societies is growing, and as we have heard already, many OSCE participating states and partners are undertaking important police reform processes. The establishment and well-functioning of a democratic police service are not the result of just a law or one act. And police must really reflect the society they serve. And that is why it's really important to keep the pace and take into account the changes and the emerging issues in communities. And not only in communities, but also at national and international level. So the recommendation on policing in multi-ethnic societies can help when designing and introducing adjustment to police approaches and developing rules of procedure for recruitment, representation, but also for accountability. So this panel will review possibilities for and impediments to achieving a balanced composition of police services, one that reflects the diversity of the society that they serve, by ensuring the adequate representation of national minorities, including women. And furthermore, this panel will look into community policing and will try to identify practices that have so far proven successful in fostering constructive engagement, communication, and cooperation. And we also hope that thanks to the discussion, we will be able to identify best practices on how to enhance public police and public trust, but also how to better address discriminatory behaviors within the police. So I would like now to turn to the distinguished speaker, but before, let me remind that each of you have not more than 7-8 minutes, and that so to allow even, we can allow maybe 1 minute more, but so that we have the time really for the questions and the answer later and to have a fruitful discussion later on. So without any further ado, I'm really now really honored to give the floor again to His Excellency Ulan Nyashbekov, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Kyrgyz Republic. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Уважаемые участники конференции, прежде всего выражаю благодарность за приглашение принять участие в конференции, посвященной 15-летнему юбилею рекомендаций Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств по вопросам полицейской деятельности и многонациональном обществе. Я имею честь предоставить доклад по вопросам участия национальных меньшинств и женщин в работе органов внутренних дел Кыргызской Республики. Прежде всего, хотел бы отметить, что в 2021 году принята новая конституция страны. Нормативные акты приводятся в соответствие с новой конституцией. Приводится полномасштабное реформирование государственного аппарата и правовой системы Кыргызстана. Кроме того, в рамках проводимой судебной правовой реформы правоохранительные органы Кыргызской Республики, в частности милиция, находятся в процессе переобразования в государственный орган, предоставляющий населению государственные услуги. Главный принцип форматирования органов внутренних дел – милиция вне политики, милиция для народа. Уважаемые коллеги, Кыргызстан в силу многовековой истории народа и уклада жизни общества предоставляет собой государство, имеющее полиэтническое население. В нашей стране проживает порядка 80 этносов, которые в совокупности представляют собой многообразие культур, языков, конфессий Кыргызской Республики. Законодательство Кыргызской Республики в рассматриваемом направлении соответствует нормам международного права, а основные принципы государственной этнической политики заложены в Конституции страны. В соответствии с основным законом Кыргызской Республики для представителей этнических групп препятствий при поступлении на государственную и муниципальную службу не имеется. Все гражданам Кыргызстана обеспечены равные права, равные возможности при поступлении на государственную и муниципальную службу, продвижении в должности, порядка, предусмотренном законом. В целях реализации норм Конституции, а также формирования общегражданской идентичности Кыргызская республика ведется планомерная наступательная работа. Так, в 2013 году указом президента Кыргызской республики была принята концепция укрепления народа и межэтнических отношений Кыргызской республики. В 2018 году принята национальная стратегия развития Кыргызской республики на 2018-2040 годы. Продолжением данной политики стало принятие Кыргызской республики в 2020 году концепции развития гражданской идентичности Кыргыз Жараны на период 2021-2026 года. Кроме того, проводится совершенствование организации правовых основ межэтнических отношений, в ходе которой внесены изменения в закон о государственной местной администрации, закон Кыргызской республики о местном самоуправлении, в частности, повышение ответственности глав органов местного самоуправления. За состоянием межэтнических отношений за последние годы в Кыргызстане приняты и принимаются существенные по вопросам межэтнических отношений, соблюдаются все нормы и принципы прав и законных интересов человека. И важное место укрепления межэтнического согласия и стабильности общества отводится Ассамблее народа Кыргызстана при президенте Кыргызской республики, в состав которой входит 29 этнических объединений. Таким образом, можно сказать, что межэтнические отношения Кыргызской республики проходят процесс стабилизации и выходят на новый уровень развития. В целом же ситуация в республике оценивается как стабильная. Граждане проявляют друг другу толерантность и дружелюбие. Вместе с тем, реалии сегодняшнего быстро развивающегося мира требуют от сотрудников правоохранительных органов компетенций в вопросах политики права и широких познаний в вопросах продвижения и защиты прав человека. Основу деятельности органов внутренних дел составляют принципы и положения Конституции Кыргызской республики. Национальное законодательство о государственных гарантиях, равных прав и равных возможностей для национальных меньшинств, мужчин и женщин, о профилактике насилия по признаку пола и национальности. Следует также отметить, что международные обязательства, вытекающие из ратифицированных Кыргызстаном международных конвенций и договоров, в том числе и из Конвенции о ликвидации всех форм расовой дискриминации и Конвенции о ликвидации всех форм дискриминации в отношении женщин, определяет усилия Министерства внутренних дел. При этом необходимо отметить, что реализация прав национальных меньшинств является одной из основ гражданского согласия в обществе, служит делу укрепления стабильности в государстве и межнационального согласия. Участие этнических сообществ и женщин в общественно-политической жизни страны является важным условием обеспечения их прав. Вопрос о предоставленности национальных меньшинств и женщин в органах управления на центральных и местных уровнях Кыргызской республики находится в фокусе общественного внимания. Хочу отметить, что Кыргызстан является первым государством региона, апробировавшим применение так называемых специальных или аффирмативных мер в выборном законодательстве. Конституция Кыргызской республики гарантирует равные возможности при поступлении на государственную службу и продвижении в должностях, в том числе при приеме на службу правоохранительные органы Кыргызской республики.
Slow down a bit. Can you translate for me as well?
Чуть медленнее. В настоящее время представители более чем 22 этнических групп работают в органах внутренних дел Кыргызской республики. При этом численность национальных меньшинств составляет на 2021 год 3,2% от общей численности сотрудников по органам внутренних дел Кыргызской республики. Кроме того, отмечается тенденция роста количества женщин-сотрудников, состоящих на службе в органах внутренних дел Кыргызской республики. К примеру, если в 2017 году представленность женщин составляла 4,9% от общего числа сотрудников, то в 2021 году составляет 7,2%. Вместе с тем, на руководящих должностях представленность женщин в 2017 году составляла 4,9%, а в 2021 году составила 5,5% от общего числа сотрудников. При этом хочу отметить, что на сегодняшний день при активном участии независимых экспертов, международных и неправительственных организаций активно продолжается процесс совершенствования нормативно-правовой базы Кыргызской республики. В частности, Министерством внутренних дел разработан законопроект по внесению изменений в законодательство, определяющий условия принятия и прохождения службы правоохранительных органов Кыргызской республики с целью приведения соответствия с обязательством по выполнению международных соглашений в области гендерного равенства, а также ориентированы кадровой политики на увеличение представленности национальных меньшинств и женщин в кадровом составе органов внутренних дел, в том числе на руководящих должностях. Кроме этого, учитывая извлеченный урок межэтнического конфликта, произошедшего в июне 2010 года на юге страны, вопрос поддержания стабильности в южных регионах требует отдельного внимания и проведения крупных долгосрочных проектов по гармонизации межэтнических отношений в тесном взаимодействии с заинтересованными международными и неправительственными организациями. В этой связи на постоянной основе проводится работа по повышению потенциала личного состава органов внутренних дел Кыргызской Республики. Проводятся семинары и тренинги по обучению сотрудников правоохранительных органов, использованию правовых механизмов и инструментов защиты прав человека от всех форм дискриминации. В учебных заведениях министерства введены спецкурсы, направленные на защиту прав человека и предотвращение всех форм дискриминации деятельности, особенности правоохранительной работы в многоэтническом сообществе, так и другие курсы по межэтническим отношениям, конфликтологии и переговорному процессу. На сегодняшний день нами в целях предотвращения межэтнических столкновений, преступных проявлений иных насильственных событий и укрепления национального единства, стабильности развития совместно с уполномоченным государственным органом проводятся профилактические мероприятия по совершенствованию механизма правового воздействия. Повсеместно проводится широкомасштабная деятельность через средства массовой информации по освещению межэтнических вопросов по профилактике и предупреждению недопустимости всех форм дискриминации. Партнерство с международными и неправительственными организациями реализуется следующий проект. Сотрудничество с офисом ОБСЕ в Бишкеке, агентством ООН «Женщины». Завершена разработка под руководством МВД в качестве координирующего органа очередного национального плана действий по реализации резолюции ООН 1325 «Женщины, мир и безопасность на период 2021-2023 года». Завершается работа по разработке ведомственных документов по соблюдению стандартных процедур процесса оказания базовых услуг в сфере правопорядка и правосудия для женщин и несовершеннолетних, переживших гендерное насилие. В рамках многолетней национальной программы «Луч света» осуществлена комплексная гендерная самооценка деятельности органов внутренних дел по профилактике и реагированию на правонарушения, преступлений по признаку пола, а также проведена профессиональная подготовка, повышение потенциала и кадровая политика по связи с общественностью, международное сотрудничество и информационное сопровождение деятельности органов внутренних. Изучен передовой зарубежный опыт в сфере расследования гендерных преступлений, а также работы специализированных подразделений по защите женщин и принимаются меры по его внедрению в систему Министерства внутренних дел Кыргызской Республики. Проводится активная работа по внесению изменений законодательства, в частности, повышение эффективности правовых норм, регулирующих ответственность за семейное насилие, похищение с целью вступления в брак, сексуальное домогательство, разрабатывается и вносится соответствующие предложения. Пользуясь случаем, хотел отметить на этой площадке содействие Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств, деятельность органов внутренних дел Кыргызской Республики и, в частности, открытие кабинетов по работе с этническими сообществами. Как мы знаем, ОБСЕ около 20 лет поддерживает милицию Кыргызстана, однако особо значимые достижения отмечены при реализации полицейской программы в период 2003 по 2016 годы, когда милиция Кыргызской Республики вышла на достаточно высокий уровень профессиональной подготовки и технической обеспеченности. При этом ввиду процессов глобализации в мире активизировались киберпреступность, появились новые формы распространения наркотиков, противодействия которым требует подготовка высококвалифицированных кадров и тесного взаимодействия органов внутренних дел с населением. Принимая во внимание ситуацию в Афганистане, особую озабоченность вызывает угроза распространения экстремизма и терроризма, требующие своевременного реагирования и выработки превентивных мер с учетом передового международного опыта. Завершая свое выступление от имени делегации Кыргызской Республики, благодарю Офис Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств за внимание к ситуации в нашей стране и стремление к сотрудничеству в сфере защиты прав меньшинств, женщин и ликвидации дискриминации. Наша делегация выражает благодарность за внимание к нашему докладу и выражает надежду на продолжение конструктивного сотрудничества с ОБСЕ, в том числе с Офисом Верховного комиссара ОБСЕ по делам национальных меньшинств. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister Niazbekov, for really this impressive overview of the current reform and actions and initiative that you are undertaking. And just to, I think you mentioned many important points, but few I would like also to use again, because I think they are really relevant for many participating states. You mentioned the importance of depoliticize the work of the police, to have a apolitical police. This is really great, but also all the initiative related to how to make sure that minorities and are represented in the police service, including women. So we hope that you will continue, and we commend your efforts. So now I would like to pass the floor to the next speaker. Let me turn to Mr. Ravi Batra, Chairperson of the National Advisor Council of South Asian Affairs of the United States. Besides this position as chairperson, Mr. Batra is heading a Manhattan law firm that handles constitutional, sovereignty, civil, and criminal cases representing governments, corporates, and individuals. Since September 2021, Mr. Batra serves as advisor for legal and humanitarian affairs to the Permanent Mission of Georgia to the United Nations. Among other things, Mr. Batra has served as commissioner of the New York State Joint Commission on Public Ethics. Dear Chairperson Batra, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, Denise Mazzolani. I have two jobs this morning. One is to give my statement, and second, at the end of my statement, because of the importance of the letter that was issued by the chairman of House Foreign Affairs Committee, I will read parts of that as well, but that'll be after my statement. So to my statement. Excellencies all, Mr. Minister, I attended the Permanent Council yesterday and heard the comprehensive report of High Commissioner on National Minorities. I'm honored to support the High Commissioner on National Minorities recommendations on the policing in multi-ethnic societies. Indeed, it is clear that there's an undeniable nexus between the 17 SDGs that the UN General Assembly adopted in 2015 during the tenure of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and the recommendations of 2006 we celebrate today. Indeed, today's topic isn't about human rights, but how to have better peace and security. We cannot have a better and more sustainable future if we don't give due deference to Mother Nature to resolve climate crisis, the power of the silent cultural tsunami created by a mixture of place, language, ethnicity, gender, religion, and history on the efficacies of the laws we enact, and the codependency between law and order and justice, so our societies can have both public safety and public peace. Permit me a moment to show how police officers are needed for the public to be safe. For over 20 years, I have served as pro bono counsel, legal counsel to the National New York City Police Department 1013 organizations to better serve the needs of retired NYPD officers. After the Crown Heights riots of 1991 in Brooklyn, New York, which brought pain and tragedy to African American and Jewish American communities, a Jewish judge and an African American judge formed an organization called Blacks and Jews in Conversation to bring school children of both communities to the court and so they could interact with judges and bar leaders. After a few years of my involvement, I was invited to be co-chair of that organization, although the name was changed to not just Blacks and Jews in Conversation, as I was neither Black nor Jewish. The power of conversation, I submit, well exceeds the power of ignorance. Finally, permit me to add the indispensable need of law and order for society itself to exist. The Greeks said, order is beauty, and beauty is order. The killing of Brian Watkins, a 22-year-old Mormon tourist visiting New York City, senselessly killed in New York City in 1990, proves the importance of police officers and public safety. Then, New York City history-making first African-American mayor, Dave Dinkins, and council speaker, Peter Ballone, created a, quote, Safe Streets, Safe City program to hire more police officers. And I was delighted to play a small role in its passage as a New York state law. The 2006 policing recommendations, which time and events since have only made them tougher to achieve, and yet more essential to accomplish if we are all to keep our nation state civil, merit-based, and with equality and justice for all. Let me turn next to exceptionalism of the United States, built better in 1787 to now build back better in 2021. I come from the United States of America, a nation unique in human history, as it has exceptionalism rooted in our Declaration, and then concretized in our separated powers regime embedded in our Constitution in 1787. I wish only to share our experiences, and in fact hope to learn from my distinguished co-panelists and the question and answer session. However, today's Gordian knot, also known as policing in multi-ethnic societies, can be solved as we in the United States have just witnessed the birth of a movement, Black Lives Matter, in 2020, after the pent-up, actual or perceived, systemic injustice lit on fire by the breathless death of George Floyd, a predicate to President Joe Biden's Build Back Better. And then we had an insurrection on January 6th of this year. But we passed the stress test, and Joe Biden was lawfully and peacefully inaugurated as President of the United States. We have not had such an event in our republic since the War of 1812 with our British cousins when they burnt down the White House. That the shrinking majority in the United States may feel threatened by equality worries me and causes me to reach out with compassion to all, white and black, yellow and brown, straight or not. Equality is a utopian goal, but it is no easy panacea. We need to be sensitive to the needs of each community, be they majority or minority. Let me next turn to individual rights versus the public good. It is no secret that King John in 2015 at Runnymede and thereafter, individuals have been seeking rights from their sovereigns. After our declaration, we codified them in our Bill of Rights in 1787. But I must pause at Gettysburg for Abraham Lincoln, for his stated recipes necessary for all societies under law. If governments are to be legitimate and survive, they must be of the people, by the people, and for the people. Lincoln's Gettysburg recipe is a covenant, a promise by government to the governed, which I submit remains the only sure pathway to achieving High Commissioner on National Minorities recommendations on policing multi-ethnic societies. Turning next to cultural norms versus gender equality and immolation and birth of the Arab Spring, the problem remains, however, how to unpackage and apply that to our social media infused societies, each of which have different cultural norms and are not a fictional Hollywood society created in a juicer blender for every place on earth. Tunisia, for example, showed that gender equality, a lady officer's instructions to a male street vendor, was perceived by him and most others as a cultural insult, and he self-immolated, an act that caused the birth of the Arab Spring, a cultural bite back to gender equality. We in the United States are experiencing a rebirth too. But with today's mores imposed on history and equality across a multi-ethnic society, with BLM, it is our American Spring. Beyond seeking rule of law equality across race, gender, and sexual orientation, I submit to you not to ignore the hubris of certainty the social media provides, even to those new to the burdens of power. Rather than cherish humility, born and die we all shall, imperfect human beings seeking God's benevolence and forgiveness. Turning next to certainty-based perception of equality and justice versus humility-based didactic discourse. Our societies are now a vortex of competing certainty. Misinformation is now a weapon used by enemies, foreign and domestic, to pierce our sovereignty and destroy the public peace. Traditional media has been beaten and the salutary benefits of their editorial intermediation lost to the mob rule of any active fractional group with social media certainty. Short of God, there is no perfection. Yet people young and old issue fiats of how society must change, and statutes are removed from public places. My revolutionary hero, Thomas Jefferson, who penned the Declaration, was imperfect, as all of us even today are. Yet Jefferson's statue is being removed from New York City Council chamber. This is wrong. We ought not burn our forefathers' pictures or remove their statues because they were not perfect like God. That's hubris. I will merely hat tip to the issues caused by different ethnic members of society praying in different religions, as each to be better and absolved of sin, be it on Judgment Day, as in Judaism and Hinduism, through a confessional, as in Christianity, or directly, as in Islam. That God-fearing people would fight another group who pray differently has always puzzled me as being the height of hubris. Pope Francis, beyond dispute, is correct when he says, treat all religions with respect. I want to turn next to Thomas Becket, who chose God over king, something rule of law must honor. This then is the beginning of the core of our problem. You see, freedom of speech, our First Amendment, and first in the Bill of Rights, is the constitutional right to be wrong, to insult, and otherwise opine, to expose one's ignorance. Lincoln famously said, quote, "It is better people think of you as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubts," end quote. Today, social media gives no deliberative time, as there's a premium on being fast and furious. The right to be wrong or insult is believed to be protected by the First Amendment, when there is no such right against our fellow citizens, as that First Amendment right exists only against our government. Let me be clear, there is no First Amendment right against your fellow citizen. Indeed, libel and defamation laws provide proof that there is no First Amendment immunity or inviolability. Indeed, I sued Dick Wolf, the creator of Law and Order TV shows and NBC television, for libel and fiction, and won a landmark decision in New York State confirming such a right. So nations must educate about speech, and that insult, while at times a basis for great comic relief, can be unlawful if it leads to violence or breach of the public peace, as hate speech does. Thomas Becket famously resigned as Lord Chancellor and stayed only as Archbishop of Canterbury during King Henry II's reign, selecting God over king. There are still lessons to be learned from Becket's choice, as God teaches us to walk humbly with thy fellow man and follow the, quote, golden rule. We must make sure that our rule of law honors God. Pope Francis just told President Joe Biden that he's a good Catholic. Exactly. God over king. As to the golden rule from Confucius, who taught us, may you live in boring times, to Judaism, which the Jewish sage Hillel said, treat others as you would yourself, the rest is commentary. In Christianity, you can refer to Matthew, which says, and this was an answer given by Jesus, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the greatest and first commandment. And a second is like, quote, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang all the law and prophets. It's worth stating that in Islam, the golden rule says all of that, but goes a step further that no other religion has. It says, quote, return evil with kindness. The badge of honor, which is what every police officer wears, raises the issue of police protecting us versus policing the police. No society can hire and retain any officers, any police officers, if we don't protect them from legal liability when they risk their life to keep us safe and have to make life and death decisions in the blink of an eye. They can legally shoot the innocent while in error protect the guilty. See, for example, the 16-year-old Micaiah Bryant, who was shot and killed on April 20th of this year by a Columbus, Ohio police officer, Nicholas Reardon, answering a domestic dispute call about 15 minutes before the judge announced that a jury found Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin guilty of murdering George Floyd, an issue that Senator Cardin referenced in his remarks earlier today. That Bryant had called the police for help was of no moment. It didn't save her life, because when police officer Reardon showed up, he just saw a person with a knife wielding it and someone else at risk. And to prevent an injury or death, he shot Bryant, the very lady, the very young girl, 16-year-old, who had called police for help. Surely, Officer Reardon cannot be charged with murder because he had no premeditated desire to hurt someone. He was trying to protect a crime from being committed. Sometimes a police officer does wrong and matters end up in court. And there, the legal doctrine of qualified immunity in civil cases works to shield defendant police officers from being sued and causes an early dismissal of civil litigation, unless a clearly established legal right was violated. To protect the majority of good police officers, the bad ones must be disciplined. I'm happy to report, Your Excellencies, that whenever I have decided to go to court to act in case of a police officer dishonoring his badge of honor, I have defeated the government's claims of qualified immunity in federal courts, including the lofty Second Circuit Court of Appeals of the United States, as in the case of Biswas versus City of New York or Kuwait. To help reduce policing errors, police force must itself be multi-ethnic, matching the society it bravely protects. So our police force must be of the people. In conclusion, I must turn to the need to depoliticize issues to permit merit-based dispute resolution. I want to conclude by wishing OSCE and the High Commissioner on National Minorities, the very distinguished Excellency Kirat Abdrakhmanov, every success. I also want to thank Ambassador Andrei Dapkunis and Ambassador Elena Kupchena for their valuable input, and note with pride the participation of United States Senator Ben Cardin earlier today, as well as mention that our dear friend, Congressman Greg W. Meeks from New York, is now the first African-American to become the chairman of the powerful House Foreign Affairs Committee. Chairman Meeks is a natural ally of OSCE, High Commissioner on National Minorities, for more justice in an inclusive society and a government that looks like all of us. Build Back Better means to honor Mother Nature at Glasgow, and here at OSCE HCNM have a police force that is multi-ethnic, of the people, by the people, and for the people. Just as different flowers make a flower garden look more beautiful, so does diversity make our society better. Policing is good law enforcement only when it's free of politics, merit-based, so it can deliver equal justice for all. Turning to the second part, I just want to say to you that Chairman Meeks' letter dated November 1st was actually issued on November 4th, yesterday, which is the day of Diwali, which itself is the victory of good over evil. And I reference that back to the Holy Quran's reference to evil and how to beat evil. And given its substantive policy statement and a full-throated support of OSCE HCNM policy recommendations, I just want to read two short paragraphs of Congressman Chairman Greg Meeks, addressed to Ambassador Abdrakhmanov. Quote, I want to commend your upcoming 15th anniversary conference marking the adoption of the recommendations on policing in multi-ethnic societies. By using your platform as OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities to elevate improvements in policing as critical to the peace and security of minority communities, as you are generating momentum of meaningful reform around the world. I also appreciate the timely and intersecting trends the conference will add, from gender to surveillance technology to racial profiling. In the United States, the issue of police reform has been a top consideration for many Democratic lawmakers, especially in the Congressional Black Caucus, with renewed attention in the wake of the 2019 Black Lives Matter protests. We all benefit from the focus and reforms your anniversary conference will encourage, and I appreciate your work on this issue. I will ignore the last paragraph that refers to me. So, Madam Chair, I thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspirational and I would say very rich presentation that it's very difficult for us to take just few takeaways for this, but I think that I would like to try and maybe to summarize by underlining that what you mentioned, it's really the process behind maybe, you know, a society that can recognize all the rights, including those of minorities, and making reference, I think, to many different principles, I would say universal principle, being religious, historical events, philosophy. I think that we see that this is a process, that there is not a model, unique model, and that because also we have so many different structure and I would say aspects in every participating state. So I think that what really we appreciate your speech, it's really because we understand that if guided by universal principle as equal rights, human rights, we can make a difference. So thank you very much. And now I would like to turn the floor to the next speaker from our colleagues from UNODC, Mrs. Anna Giudice. Mrs. Giudice is a team leader of the Access to Justice team within the Justice section of UNODC. And in this capacity, she leads UNODC work in the area of access to justice, police reform, and victim support. Mrs. Giudice is also the UNODC lead on racial discrimination and protection of minorities, and leads the criminal justice pillar of the UN network on racial discrimination and protection of minorities. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Moderator. Thank you to the High Commissioner for National Minorities for inviting UNODC to speak at this important conference. And thank you for introducing me. So, as you see, I will come to this question exactly from the two angles of policing and discrimination, in particular racial discrimination, but not only. We are on this. First of all, I think we've already heard this, but I want to also reiterate that the recommendations for policing in multi-ethnic societies are still relevant. We tend to refer to them in a lot of our work beyond, I mean, within and beyond the OSCE region, because they are quite unique. There is not much other international guidance in this specific area. There's, relevant other standards and references in UN and other instruments, but these ones are relatively specific. I think that what I would want to say now is that while the recommendations remain relevant, we still have a lot to do to implement them. And in this regard, I want to say that on this panel, that is to focus on the aspects of recruitment and diversity in policing, I will have some thoughts on that issue, but I'm not an expert in human resources of policing. And I think this is where our role as international organizations is not one necessarily of being detailed experts on very specific issues, but rather to bring together the experts as you are doing today, and to bring together countries to exchange experience, whether within the same region or beyond. So I think I have two major streams of thought with regard to this issue. First of all, and the previous speaker already mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. And for us at UNODC, we really see the work on policing and police reform within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goal 16 in particular, with its call to ensure equal access to justice for all. And I think it's important to understand that all these words are important. So we've been talking about access to justice for many years, but equal access to justice for all requires that we put those people that did not have equal access or did not have access to justice previously at the center of our work. So rather than having general access to justice programs where we add on some aspects of addressing vulnerable groups or minorities, we need to put those that are left behind or that have been left behind at the center of everything we do. And that means at the center, both in planning, programming, and developing approaches, as well as in terms of populations that we address the programs to. So it's not enough to see, as again, I don't like the word vulnerability and vulnerable groups. I think we need to move away from that. But I think the groups that have faced systemic discrimination can not only be seen as groups that receive services and that we need to take care of, they need to be at the center of developing any policy, practice, and program. So that's the broader SDG aspect. And I want to look a little bit at the issues around police reform and the second stream of thinking around the issues on discrimination, and in particular racial discrimination. So as has been said before, I think policing in multi-ethnic societies and addressing the issue of diversity in policing has to be done within the broader police reform. And we've heard examples already today from various countries. Such police reform should and needs to be evidence-based. And the evidence base is growing and it is available. However, often in our work as international actors and in the work of policymakers, there is still a limited link between the evidence that is typically produced by academics and the policymakers, as well as whether they're at the national level or at the global level. I think we need to do better in terms of learning from the research and the evidence base that has been developed. In this regard, I want to mention a very interesting initiative funded by the US INL Bureau with the National Academies of Science, which is doing quite thorough review of evidence-based policing. So looking at both, looking at research and seeing how that research can really feed into the assistance in policing. And one of the issues, they have looked at human resources and they've also looked at use of force. And there are two more areas to come, community-oriented policing, and one more that I don't remember. But I think it's something relevant, and people around the table can also listen and read the reports coming out of that process. What is an evidence? Well, I won't go into details of what means evidence-based, but there's plenty of literature on that, and I think it's something worth looking at. In particular, when you are under pressure, and I think policymakers are under incredible pressure to address the legitimate demands of populations to address excessive use of force or discrimination or other aspects of policing, but at the same time, they need to be able to take that time to look at evidence before introducing new measures that might seem very good, but in fact might not have the best impact. As an example, there has been a very thorough review of the use of body-worn cameras, and some of the evidence is relatively good in some aspects, but not in reducing the excessive use of force. That's still not proven that they have that impact. Of course, they have good impact on transparency. Another aspect that I want to mention in regard to police reform, and it's been mentioned already before, is obviously the importance of accountability and oversight mechanisms. And again, I think it is really essential that countries establish independent oversight bodies that have the powers to investigate and possibly prosecute or link to the prosecution in terms of police excessive use of force, and in particular, obviously lethal force, but also other aspects such as police corruption and so on. And these bodies need to be reporting, in our opinion, not only to the executive, but also to the legislative bodies, as well as having their own budget. The issue of use of force has come up before, and I don't want to go into details again on that. We do have an OHCHR UNODC resource book on this issue, which you could refer to. It has a lot of knowledge and experience on how to address use of force from the legal policy point of view, from the training point of view, and from the necessary structures in policing. But I want to just remind everyone that we do have international standards on use of force, and they need to be implemented by all countries. My second stream of thought is around these issues of discrimination and representation, and I've mentioned already a little bit about that. I think one aspect which we are still struggling with in many countries is the issue of data and disaggregation of data, the recognition or not of minorities, and the fact of accepting that you can keep data on these issues. In some countries, it is standard practice. In others, it's still something that requires work. But even in those, I've seen a change in the recent years. So this kind of data is being collected, whether it's in terms of representation in public bodies or in terms of policing practices. Obviously, reference to the OHCHR guidelines on this issue and the importance of self-identification, as well as the use being made by politicians or media of data to avoid, well, to make sure that it's not being used as part of hate crime and, well, hate speech and incitement to hate crime. In terms of what has happened in the world, and we've heard about the US, but what's important to understand is that the murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Movement in the US has moved beyond the US, and this has been transformative around the world. At the UN, the Human Rights Council held an urgent debate in July 2020 and requested the High Commissioner to prepare a report on the issue of police killings of Black people and people of African descent. And a very substantive data collection and consultation process took place. I think it's the first time that it has been done with this specific population around the world. The reports are available and were presented to the Human Rights Council in July this year, and there was a decision to set up a new mechanism of 3 independent experts that will be looking at this specific issue of law enforcement, police killings, specifically focusing on people of African descent. And the High Commissioner also on this occasion presented her agenda for transformative change for racial justice and equity. And I just want to give you the 4 points that she has proposed, because I think they apply beyond the specific group of people of African descent, and they are very important in these discussions. So first of all, step up. So stop denying and start dismantling. So we're beyond the point of saying, well, actually, no, there's no racism, or that's not racism, or that's just a question of perception and so on. This needs to be over. It's a fact. The second point is to pursue justice, so end impunity and build trust. And we've talked about building trust here, and specifically in regard to policing. The third point is to listen up. So people of African descent must be heard. And I think this is, again, something that we're struggling with in UN, in other international bodies. We don't have enough representation and space to listen to people of African descent specifically. And in this case, I am talking specifically about this group. There's more to be done for sure. And the fourth point is redress. So confronting past legacies, take special measures, and deliver reparatory justice. And this will depend, of course, on the history of each country and the context of each country and region. However, as long as we do not confront those legacies, we cannot reach that point of trust and reparatory justice that we are calling for. One more point from the High Commissioner's report. So after going through a large number of cases of police killings, the evidence is that 85% of these police killings of people of African descent happen in 3 contexts. In context of minor offenses, traffic stops, and stop and searches. That's the first context. The second, in situations where law enforcement are acting as first responders for mental health crisis. And I think this hasn't come up yet, but it's a really important point, where the police in many countries is the only one that is being called when there is a serious mental health crisis. And the third context is that of special police interventions, so around the so-called war on drugs or anti-terrorism operations. And I think, yeah, those are the general points. One point I wanted to mention in terms of evidence-based approach, and specifically to recruitment and retainment of people of minorities in policing, is a research by Elizabeth Linus. They have worked on testing recruitment practices in many different countries, starting in the US, but then also in other countries. And interestingly, what they found was that there were 2 points that made a big difference. One was the messaging going out to communities, the motivation basically. So when you're having a campaign towards to get more diversity in policing, what is the motivation you're trying to bring out? And she found that the motivation to get people from minority groups, Latinx and Black people in the US and in the UK, BME, it was much more efficient to ask them, the message was, are you up for the challenge? Rather than, do you want to serve, which is a traditional message. And the second one, do you want a long-term career? And I think this is a good motivation for anyone to look at to what it is that motivates you. It's not necessarily to serve the force, as would have been the old message. And the second aspect that she looked at was how to get higher success rates for minority groups in the assessment process. And there they found a strong impact of just changing the email, inviting people to pass a test. So the way the email was written previously created a kind of pressure on people of minorities that they felt that they were maybe not welcomed, and therefore they had lower results. With having much more positive email, that gave them trust in the process and their results increased, while for the non-minority group, the result was the same. And I hope, one last point, I'm sorry, I've been too long. In terms of recommendations, I want to mention that the third committee, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination in 2020 also issued new recommendations on combating racial profiling in policing, which may be relevant to colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Giudice, for really your concrete inputs that really, I think, guides us more, and maybe among many that are relevant to our work, meaning both the High Commissioner of National Minority and the OCE at large. I think that your point on evidence-based approach is very relevant today. So there is information, scientific data available. And I think again, that when states or, approaching or trying to introduce amendment or adjustment to the system, we should really make reference to this. And but this, I think, again, is connected in a way to when we talk about this depoliticize the work of the police, and connect to evidence-based information and data that you have. This is also part of this depoliticization. And the second point is that we talk a lot in the OC about accountability of the police. And I think but the work to support the establishment and the function of a real independent oversight body is not yet done. So we need to invest more efforts for sure in this area. And with this, I would like to give the floor online to our next and last speaker. So that is not with us, but is connected via Zoom, I suppose, and is Miss Alana Morrison, Detective Surgeon Alana Morrison from the Nishanwebe, sorry for the pronunciation, ASCII Police Service in Canada. Detective Surgeon Morrison started her career with the largest Indigenous police service in Canada back in 2002. In 2004, she was promoted to the rank of detective and started investigating major crimes, and spent the majority of her career specializing in intimate partner violence and sexual abuse investigations. In 2018, Detective Morrison was the recipient of the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement Professional of the Year. Thank you for your contribution, and the screen is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning from Canada. Okay, good morning and thank you, Madam Chair. Again, yes, my name is Alana Morrison and I am a detective sergeant. We are a large organization that covers approximately 2/3 of the land base of the province of Ontario in Canada. Our service currently has 34 detachments spread out across this large land base, and we provide policing services to over 45,000 First Nation Indigenous inhabitants of the Anishinaabe Nation population. Further, I speak to you as an Indigenous female officer. Oh. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. Okay, so my apologies. I am queen of being muted and doing things wrong. Okay, so I speak to you as an Indigenous female officer that has endured 19 years of Indigenous policing. I'm not an expert by any means, but I am speaking to you from experience and what we are doing here in Canada as the largest Indigenous police service. First off, I just want to say how very honored I am to be here today. Reaching out internationally is definitely very new for me, but it was just the push that I needed to truly understand and focus attention on what we are discussing today. I also would like to take a quick moment to thank the High Commissioner and the OSCE for the invitation to speak today on efforts by the Anishinaabe Police. As an active member of the Anishinaabe Police Service for over 19 years and specializing in the large Indigenous issue in Canada involving violence against women and girls here in this country, I have done this while trying to also create a program that supports domestic violence and sexual assault victims in our northern isolated communities. I have faced, during my career, I have faced wrongful treatment, my opinion, at the hands of non-Aboriginal police services, but I assure you that I have taken this treatment and I have used it towards creating a more accepting atmosphere within any project that I have accepted. Research on this topic today has made me more aware of the non-captured data on diversity within my own police service. I can comfortably comment today, though, on the variety of officers working the front lines in our communities. Our police service currently has approximately 220 officers gainfully employed. I'm proud to say that we definitely have diversity. We have the following ethnic backgrounds identified. We currently have Nigerian representation, Asian representation, Latino, East Asian, Korean, and Afghanistan representation within the ranks of our service. It is currently estimated that we are sitting at a rate of approximately 40% of officers who identify as Indigenous and from First Nation communities in the area. While I am broadcasting from Thunder Bay, Ontario, it's my opinion that having these large areas of representation, that it proves and shows how diverse our police service is and how attention must be paid to the fact that we must capture this diversity in reports and find out what our percentages are. How did we accomplish this? Well, it is my understanding that a service like this does not get to this side from mere word of mouth. I feel that as a police service, we have strived to be known as a service that has endured. We have struggled in the sense of the fact that we started out approximately 28 years ago as a quote unquote program. We are not a legislated police service, so we are not privy to the most updated items to ensure success at this point. We have struggled with funding issues, and we've struggled with being given hand-me-downs from our neighboring provincial police service, items such as actual mobile detachments, vehicles, and operation items. Our service was forced to make a name for ourselves. And as a program in our early years, Unfortunately, we were marked for failure, as it was a group effort by the chiefs and the community leaders in all the communities that we serve. It was their vision to have their communities policed by Indigenous people. As prior to our existence, these communities were policed by the provincial police that would fly into these communities as needed. And this was, and still is, an unacceptable way of policing and providing security. Because it is our belief that in this country, you should be able to pick up the phone and get an officer. But this was not the case prior to our existence. Our police service was established to have officers remain in communities and provide services that way. Our detachments and living conditions were not the best, and we struggled with applicants who had to be willing to live in these communities for durations at a time. And like all Indigenous people in this country of Canada, we endured. We remained and we fought hard to get to where we are today. And I think that has something to do with the strength of our existence and the reason that I am here before you all today. I have also had the concern of witnessing our neighboring police service go through criticism when it comes to their treatment of the Indigenous population in this city. Seeing this and the breakdown of the relationship between Indigenous peoples and its police service made me realize that perception is key. I only speak to this to provide a piece on comparison, not to diminish the good work done by certain officers, but to speak on how a police service looks from the outside when there is many complaints of racism. With the recent studies on the service, there has been substantive evidence of systemic racism. And I mention this only because it was always predicted that this was the case, but until actual investigations were completed, this information was confirmed, it speaks to the reputation of a service. For our service, our reputation has always included minorities. As a minority service in itself, we have faced criticism from these particular services and have faced ideas such as we are less than when it comes to training and education and abilities, when in fact, our officers receive the exact same training as all police services across this province. So reputation of a service speaks loudly when it comes to who is going to apply. Now, when it comes to women applicants, it is especially tough to have as much interest in this particular career due to the fact that many women that I've come across have childcare responsibilities and cannot be away from their homes for 2 weeks at a time, as this is the current schedule that our service is on. We currently are running on a 14 and 14 schedule, where the officers are in these communities for 14 days at a time, and they are out for 14 days. When I was a young single mother in my early years as a police officer, I managed through a very dedicated support system, and that is the grandparents of my children. Without them, I would not have been able to provide the services of being away from home for spells at a time, and I would have had to find something closer to home. So support of families is another piece that comes with the success of policing Indigenous communities. For the many young women that have come to our service, it is about the experience to do so much more within small communities. I should add that when I first started policing, we had 7 women at best. And today, we are sitting at approximately 32 women out of the 220 constables that we have in the north. These women majority of them are currently policing the front line and living in these communities and integrated into the daily life of these small populations. They integrate into their communities and know that they're being successful by when they're at the local store or visiting the school, they are called by their first name and are on a first name basis with community members. I think it's important that when an officer is in these communities, that they experience the same issues that the community members deal with on a daily basis. Things like internet issues, power outages, weather concerns around flights in and out of communities, and water issues regarding contaminated water, boil water advisories, and water just being shut off for maintenance. It's experiencing these issues alongside of members that makes the difference in understanding life in these communities. In 2019, with recognizing the increased number of females, I put a suggestion forth to our chief of police and our deputy regarding appreciation of these women members, and a gathering was approved, and all women in the northern communities were able to come into Thunder Bay in the city. And we hosted a large conference where a lot of the women were made to feel that they were supported by the police service, appreciated, and also given our own time to gather, we were able to speak on anything that we were going through as far as working alongside our male counterparts. NAP our senior management did approve this, and this has since ensured that we have retained these female officers, as we're sitting at a 14% rate with our officers being female. And to support and retain these females, it's important to understand that it is our opinion that women provide a different level of comfort to those who come into contact with the legal system. They are more than likely to de-escalate a climbing situation. And I speak from experience as a young constable, as I faced so many dangers and wondered how I got through. But again, as an Indigenous woman and an Indigenous person, I feel that it was in me to endure and persevere regardless. So for the brave women that provide security to our isolated communities, it would appear as though they were perceived as respected just for the fact that they are in these communities, and at times in 2021 still working alone, where backup is anywhere from 4 hours to 8 hours, depending on plane availability, depending on weather, and depending on the fact that we can get response quickly together, which we do have a protocol in place, but again, we're at the hands of weather sometimes when going into these communities. So as policing in Canada, and I'm sure elsewhere in the world, this is a male-dominated profession. And our numbers are continuing to climb where the hiring of females are involved. So I think out of the 32 females that we are sitting at a ratio of 50% within those females, half being Indigenous female officers and the other half being non-Indigenous. So it is my opinion in closing that we need to be recognized for our police service, as I indicated in the beginning, that we started out and are still perceived as a program, as we are not legislated by the Canadian government as of yet. And we are currently in the process of working towards that, but it is a long process and much needs to be considered. So, but I think the main piece that I want to get across is that being legislated would definitely assist in across the board recognition of who we are as a minority service. We have fought very hard to be included, and we have sustained a reputation of a service that is all inclusive of those who choose to apply to us. And with that, I will conclude. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Detective Morrison. Thank you for really telling us a bit more. It was really interesting to learn about your service, but also to learn about the representation, the level of the representation that your services reach, and also the process, how this community could not benefit, and then kind of enduring and proposing it at the very end, you succeeded. So now I don't want to, I would say, steal the time to the audience and the participating states and the participants. I would like now to open the floor for any questions you may have. we know that we have a bit ahead of the schedule of the agenda and that the lunch time is here, but please, this is really a good and a rare opportunity. And so if you have any questions, let us know. So I don't see any in the room. Please, we see one now, and I don't see very well the, can you tell me which country? Can you say it again? We didn't see. Okay, Canada. Canada, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just, I'm the ambassador of Canada to the OSCE, Jocelyn Kinnear, and I just, I was covering this meeting partly with my counselor for Paul Mill issues. So she was here for the first half, and I was only actually here for the second half. But I just wanted to say what a great and inspiring. So I only got to hear the last half of Miss Giudice's comments and Detective Morrison's comments, but it's I have to say extremely, I want to say heartwarming, because that's the first word that comes to my mind, but also incredibly important. And I think world changing in many ways, the work and the different perspectives that we're talking about here today, that you have both worked so hard, and sorry, all three of you, I'm sure, have worked hard to bring to policing. It was of course very nice to see a fellow countrywoman from Thunder Bay. I also hail from Ontario, but from the 1/3 of the province that the Anishinaabe police service wouldn't cover. I just wanted to put in perspective for people, though, when you talk about 2/3 of the land area of Ontario, that is about as big as the European Union. A little bit smaller probably, but it's almost as big as the European Union, with, I would guess, and Detective Morrison, you would be able to probably make my guess much more accurate, but probably about 5% of the roads that you would have in the European Union. So a lot of fly-in communities. Thunder Bay is a big city with I would guess 100 or a few 100,000 or more people. I might be wrong there, but all of the area that it's covering is huge. And so the issues that Detective Morrison was talking about in terms of addressing family violence or violence against women and sexual assault in those remote communities becomes even more difficult. And the integration, I think, that you need for those types of communities is really important. I think all this to say, just policing is obviously not a cookie cutter approach that you can just roll out the same principles everywhere and assume that all people are going to respond to them or be served by them in the same way. Anyway, I just wanted to say I really appreciated that, and maybe to ask the panelists if there's one thing from the work that they've done on one thing on the work that they've done on multi-ethnic policing that they think is the most important thing that be sort of mainstreamed and rolled out everywhere to strengthen our ability to serve different populations. I guess I would just ask what that was. The one other thing I wanted to say also is to thank Detective Morrison for raising the point, sharing her experience as a woman police officer starting out on the force, and the fact that you could only manage that with the support of your children's grandparents to look after the children. I think that speaks to another really important issue we talk about here at the OSCE frequently, which is unpaid care work and how difficult that can make it for women to break into the labor market. So thank you for sharing that experience, and thank you to all the speakers. Anyway, my question then stands: what would you say is the one most important thing that should be mainstreamed? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe then to start with Detective Morrison, and then I will give the floor to the other two panelists that are still with us. Detective, you have the screen.
Hi, thank you very much for those comments. Great to see another Canadian in the forum. I was very nervous coming here today or preparing for today, but I think, in my opinion, the most important piece, I think, is with our police service. We, like I said in when I spoke earlier, perception is largely huge in how we continue to carry ourselves. A lot of our police officers are Indigenous. A lot of our police officers are from minority backgrounds. And I think this, when it's talked about within the ranks and the officers themselves and the people that they speak to, I think this just provides a very good reputation overall for the police service itself. And the fact that we support and are actively seeking more women police officers and providing the support that they need to do their job, as in having our initiative supported by senior management, being the Women in First Nation Policing Support Group that I started, is so very important to not only retain our female officers, but so very important in our reputation that's out there and why more women are applying. So I think from my end and from where I work and what I see in my everyday world here, that is so very, very important. So I'm going to end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to turn to Anna Giudice.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for the support and feedback. I have to say, I was also very impressed by listening to Sergeant Morrison. And I think this is what I was trying to say before. And that's my point, I think, to answer your question as well. And we had earlier Ms. Crickley saying the famous "nothing about us without us." And I mean, we cannot continue having these conversations between people that sit in offices in New York, Geneva, or Vienna. We need to have this representation in these discussions by people that are actually, representing the people that we talk about. And this goes with gender, it goes with race, indigenous populations, sexual orientation as well, and gender identity, which again, for whoever is going to be meeting a police officer, if they can recognize themselves, they will see that this police officer is just another human being, and this goes both ways. And yeah, I'll finish with the personal anecdote. I think that when my daughter, who is Black or of color, if you wish, as an 11-year-old, gets asked for her ID in Vienna, while she's with a group of friends, no one else gets asked. This is where the personal touches the public work. And as long as people that are not affected personally do not understand why this is an issue, we will not advance. So I think this is where we need to have that empathy for everyone and not just for people that look or sound like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Batra.
Thank you. First of all, it's always great to see anyone from Canada. Every nation on earth is jealous of the United States because we have a great neighbor in Canada. So it's always great to have you. I want to split your question into two, because policing really is at least a minimum of two types. One is community policing, which is dealing with the public, your fellow citizens. And I think, as to them, a good police officer, male or female, and irrespective of orientation, a good police officer wants to be loved by the community they serve. And if you don't find a police officer who wants to be loved by the community they serve, get rid of them, because you got a problem on your hands. Now, there's another kind of policing, which is also needed, unfortunately, because we are a globalized society. And that is, we have terrorists who come in. We have people who come in, because wars are no longer being fought on battlefields. They're being fought in cities through single person lone wolf terrorists. And as to those people, you need police officers who are not fuzzy wuzzy, Disney teddy bears. You need people who actually enjoy the power that they have, the power to discipline, the power to punish on the spot, the power to lay their life on the line in the service and protection of the city they serve. So if you have someone in the SWAT team who enjoys the power of almost using military weapons in the city, that's okay. But don't put them in community policing, because you make sure you don't put a round peg, so to speak, or rather, let me reverse it. Don't put a square peg in a round hole. So this is about the police commissioners and police chiefs. You have to make sure your resources are properly used.
So thank you very much. And I think that with this, we conclude officially the discussion under panel 2. I would like to thank also our interpreter, because we exceed the time given for this slot. And I invite you all for lunch with a kind reminder to be here at 2:15 for the continuation of our discussion. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, distinguished excellencies, delegates, and colleagues. Welcome back from your lunch break. I'm Valeria Villardo. I'm working for Young Women Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, and I'm a WPS, Women, Peace and Security and Humanitarian Action Specialist. It's a pleasure for me today to moderate the third panel on gender-responsive approaches to policing, barriers and opportunities in mainstreaming gender and minorities in police services. I wish you a very fruitful discussion to bring gender and diversity approaches in policing. But before giving the floor to our distinguished speakers, I would like to briefly introduce some relevant aspects. The police have a responsibility to ensure that all people are treated respectfully and crimes against them are dealt seriously, regardless gender, ethnicity, religious, or sexual or socioeconomic background. A police service that is representative of the diverse community it serves is more approachable and trusted by that community. The community's reporting of crime and cooperation with police are likely to improve where both women and men feel comfortable engaging with the police. For instance, where a female victim of sexual violence can report to a female officer. A police service that is diverse can take advantage of broader ideas, skills, and experiences. Evidence suggests that female police officers tend to have differential qualities. For example, in contests where female officers are associated with less use of force and fewer citizen complaints than male officers. Affirmative actions can be taken to include reserved places or quotas for women. We can see the cases of Albania, the Netherlands, and Austria, which put quotas for women in the police. But despite that, across Europe and Central Asia, men represent 83% of police forces. In addition, there are several recommendations by OSCE in 2006 that we should take in consideration. Police should develop partnership with a broader range of minority associations, and I would like to add also women's associations, so they can develop confidence in the police service. So achieving gender parity and equality in and through policing is not simply about adding more women in police services, including in high-rank positions. It's about transforming the power relations that sustain inequality and increase gender-based violence. The third panel of today will review all these relevant aspects of mainstreaming gender in policing, as well as the intersectionality between gender and national minorities in this area. So I wish that the panel will provide the opportunity to all of you to examine barriers and also recommendations for gender-responsive approaches to policing. This includes considering gender-responsive approaches in community engagement, operational methods, and reporting, especially when addressing gender-based violence cases. We will have 4 speakers today, and I kindly recommend keeping your presentation to 7 or 8 minutes. After your presentation, other participants can take the floor to intervene for 2-3 minutes to raise their comments and questions. So I'm pleased now to give the floor to our first panelist, Mrs. Biljana Dulovic, who will attend in person in Vienna. Mrs. Biljana Dulovic is a law graduate and has been working in the police administration of Montenegro for over 27 years. She is the head of legal affairs and gender coordinator of the police directorate of Montenegro. In 2017, she founded the Association of Female Police Officers of Montenegro. Mrs. Dulovic, the floor is yours.
Hvala, Valerija. Čini mi se da sadašnji panelisti imaju najteži zadatak jer posle ručka i u drugom dijelu dana je najteže zadržati pažnju, ali trudit ću se da budem što konkretnija i da pričam uopšteno. Što se tiče savremene policijske službe koja zahtijeva savremene policijske službenike i službenice u svojim redovima u cilju profesionalnog obavljanja policijskog posla, ponekad se pitam da li u 21. vijeku treba govoriti o rodnoj ravnopravnosti, čini mi se da je sve već rečeno. Međutim, naši statistički podaci itekako govore da u ovoj oblasti imamo jako puno toga da radimo. Reći ću vam da u crnogorskoj policiji imamo samo 13% policijskih službenika od ukupnog broja zaposlenih, a na rukovodećim pozicijama gotovo i da ih nemamo. Nemojte se brinuti, žena u Crnoj Gori nije diskriminisana, već zapravo stereotipi i predrasude, odnosno shvatanje da policijske poslove mogu obavljati samo muškarci jer je za to potrebna fizička snaga, još uvijek postoje u našem društvu. Da žena nije diskriminisana govore i podaci da u našem Ministarstvu unutrašnjih poslova imamo ukupno 65% zaposlenih žena, a to su zapravo poslovi koji se obavljaju u kancelariji, odnosno administrativni poslovi. Navešću vam podatak da u našoj prosvjeti, u sudstvu, u tužilaštvu također dominiraju žene i nalaze se na rukovodećim pozicijama. Međutim, kada je sektor bezbjednosti u pitanju, vojska i policija, imamo jako mali procenat žena. Taj problem smo davno prepoznali i već godinama unazad realizujemo samostalno i uz snažnu podršku OEBS-a veliki broj aktivnosti kako bismo unaprijedili stanje u ovoj oblasti. U saradnji sa misijom OEBS-a je ove godine realizovana kampanja pod nazivom Za više žena u policiji koja je dala sjajne rezultate. Pred upis na Policijsku akademiju imali smo gostovanja naših policajki i policajaca u medijima. Snimili smo 6 kratkih video materijala koji su u udarnim terminima emitovani na našim nacionalnim TV stanicama. Imali smo planirana gostovanja u školama, ali nas je pandemija omela u realizaciji ove aktivnosti. Zato smo na billboardima u svim gradovima isticali promotivne materijale sa jasnim instrukcijama, odnosno linkovima za informacije kako se postaje policijski službenik i službenica i sve ove poruke su zapravo bile upućene mlađoj populaciji kako bi ih animirali za upis na Policijsku akademiju, a poseban akcenat je stavljen na ženu u policiji. Rezultati su bili odmah na samom početku kampanje vidljivi iz razloga što smo imali veliki broj upita, bilo telefonom, bilo elektronski, kako zapravo postati policajac, odnosno policajka, a nakon završene kampanje i upisa na Policijsku akademiju imali smo 38% upisanih žena na Policijsku akademiju, što je najveći procenat upisanih žena na našu Policijsku akademiju i što je jasan i konkretan pokazatelj da je kampanja urodila plodom. Osim ove aktivnosti, misija OEBS-a u Crnoj Gori nam pruža snažnu podršku kada je strateški razvoj uprave policije u pitanju, ne samo u oblasti rodne ravnopravnosti, i sa njima smo realizovali veliki broj aktivnosti kada su u pitanju obuke zaposlenih u upravi policije. U našoj policiji postoje treneri koji se bave ovom temom i trudimo se da u tim timovima uvijek budu zastupljeni muškarci i žene. Vrlo često kada se bavim ovom temom vidim da imamo veće prisustvo žena na ovakvim sastancima, konferencijama i radionicama i jako prijatno sam bila jutros iznenađena kada sam ušla u ovu salu i vidjela da ima podjednako i muškaraca i žena. Nadam se da će i u mojoj zemlji u narednom periodu biti tako. Sva naša strateška dokumenta sadrže komponentu rodne ravnopravnosti i upravo ovo što sam malo prije rekla, imamo obavezu da u sve timove i radne grupe podjednako uključujemo kako muškarce i žene. Nedostatak žena u policijskim redovima je jako rizičan za profesionalno obavljanje policijskog posla i veliku pažnju posvećujemo ovoj temi. Malo prije Valerija pomenula kvote. Kvote su u našoj praksi pokazale da nekad imaju i negativne rezultate iz razloga što smo nekada zbog postojanja kvota bili u situaciji da moramo eliminisati dobrog muškog kandidata iz razloga što moramo ispoštovati kvote i primiti ženu koja je imala manje dobre rezultate od muškarca. Iz tog razloga to je zapravo mač sa dvije oštrice. Nama jeste cilj da povećamo broj žena u policiji i na rukovodećim pozicijama, ali moramo voditi računa o profesionalizmu i birati samo profesionalce i obučene kako muškarce, tako i žene. Iz tog razloga veliki akcenat treba staviti na obukama, na profesionalnom osnaživanju žena, jer samo osnažena i profesionalna službenica može napredovati u službi. Valerija je također pomenula udruženje policijskih službenica koje je osnovano u Crnoj Gori 2017. godine i ovo udruženje je odmah nakon osnivanja organizovalo svjetsku konferenciju žena u sektoru bezbjednosti u Crnoj Gori naravno, gdje smo imali predstavnike i predstavnice iz 18 zemalja iz cijelog svijeta, gdje smo razmjenjivali sa njima iskustva na predmetnu temu i vidjeli zapravo da u cijelom svijetu postoji isti problem sa manjim ili većim odstupanjima. Sva ta razmjena iskustava nam itekako dobro dođe, kao i prisustvo na ovakvim konferencijama i radionicama i zapravo osnažujemo jedni druge, razmjenjujemo dobre prakse. Rezultat te konferencije je interesovanje OEBS-a za istraživanje u Crnoj Gori. Zapravo ponuđeno nam je da budemo pilot projekat, odnosno pilot zemlja u kojoj je rađeno istraživanje u ovoj oblasti i nakon istraživanja koje su eksperti OEBS-a uradili u predmetnoj oblasti, dobili smo sjajne preporuke kako bismo unaprijedili ovo stanje u ovoj oblasti i pretpostavljam da te preporuke možete koristiti i u svojim zemljama. Nalaze se na sajtu Crnogorske uprave policija. Ukoliko vam je potrebna bliža instrukcija ili informacija, stoji vam na raspolaganju, moju mail adresu možete dobiti preko organizatora ovog događaja. Moram pomenuti i OEBS-ovu platformu koja je obrazovana za sektor granične policije, na kojoj se nalaze predstavnici zemalja članica OEBS-a i članice su zapravo policijske službenice i službenice carina, gdje na platformi razmjenjujemo dobra i loša iskustva u ovoj oblasti i također radimo po principu na kojem se i danas radi ovdje. Kada govorimo o sektoru bezbjednosti, moram pomenuti i rezoluciju Ujedinjenih nacija 1325 Žene, mir i bezbjednost, koju je Crna Gora ratifikovala i shodno koje također imamo veliki broj obaveza u ovoj oblasti, u saradnji naravno sa međunarodnim partnerima, ponovo sa OEBS-om, unapređujemo stanje i u ovoj oblasti. Sve preporuke koje smo od OEBS-a dobili su unijete u naš interni dokument koji se zove Plan aktivnosti za stvaranje uslova za povećanje broja žena u crnogorskoj policiji i koji već daje vidljive rezultate. Ja bih na ovu temu mogla da govorim dugo, ali pošto je Valerija rekla da imamo samo 7-8 minuta, više bih voljela da vi postavljate pitanja, a da vam ja dam informacije koje su vama od koristi. Stojim vam na raspolaganju.
Thank you a lot, Ms. Biljana Dudavić. This was very inspiring. And I would like just to wrap up. I hope you can hear me well. So it's very important what you said about the campaigning in order to have more female officers and all the results that you had in Montenegro. Also, all the educational and schools programs, I think is very worth to note. As well as the mention of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 3025 on women, peace and security. So thank you so much, Mrs. Dulovic. I will take some questions for you at the end. I'm now to give the floor to Mr. Sava Petrov. He will join in person in Vienna. Mr. Sava Petrov is prosecutor at the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of Cassation of the Republic of Bulgaria. He joined the International Department in 2017. Prior to that, Mr. Sava was head of the analytical department of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office of Cassation and at various levels. He has almost 24 years of experience as a prosecutor, and he has experience in organizing training for law enforcement professional in hate crime and gender-based violence. Mr. Sava Petra, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam Moderator, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues from the Office of the High Commissioner, dear colleagues and friends, I dare to say dear friends, I'm very pleased to be here, and I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, which I have to confess what was a bit surprised to me, because as you heard from my presentation, it contains a bit of overestimation. As you have heard, I'm just a modest prosecutor, a humble one who doesn't have experience by leading police force, who has never been active in the police. But I do know something about cooperation between police and other branches of the law enforcement system. Therefore, I think I can contribute only with the perspective of outsider, of somebody who does not work within the police, but somebody who represents an organization which is a natural partner of the police. Of course, there is a second line of overestimation, which I need to share with you, and this is a purely linguistical one. As you can hear, my English is far from Shakespearean English, it's far from perfection. And I will torture a bit with my ability to speak English, but I'll do my best. Therefore, when starting my preparation for this event, a temptation I couldn't resist, I tried to put some slides in PowerPoint. After that, though, I received a recommendation not to do so. This was just a tool to help myself by presenting something in a foreign language. I decided to keep the presentation for a while and to offer it to Elena or to Tetiana if they would like to receive it after the event, just for the archive of the event. So I rely on your mercy and patience, and I'm just somebody from outside who is having his 7 or 8 minutes of glory. 2 of them are gone. The dimensions of the gender and minority responsive approach in police are actually very good covered by the recommendations themselves. You can find the requirements about recruitment and representation in part 2 of the recommendations. It's a very important issue, political and managerial, where the police office has to decide together with the political leaders. But the prosecutor's office has actually nothing to do with the representation of the police. I mean, in terms of engaging ladies and minorities. Engagement with communities, part 4 of the representation. Again, we have policy making and managerial issues for the police, which can be supported by the prosecutor's office in the context of the international partnership. I may surprise you, but I think I can contribute by speaking to you about the training and the professional development of the police from the perspective of the prosecutor, and about the operational, and I would add here, investigative practices, where the field of engagement of the prosecutor's office and our chances to contribute are much wider. Actually, when we speak about operational practices, where we expect impartial, non-discriminative, and victim-centered approach by the police, we have specific operational and investigative areas, such as investigation of or reaction to hate crime and hate speech, domestic violence, gender-based violence, etc. Every time where there is a crime and bias motivation is involved, we have a specific task, we, the police and the prosecutor together. The perspective and the role of the prosecutor's office in Bulgaria towards the police is a bit complicated. There is a specific Bulgarian context, which with some words I would like to describe before you. The prosecutor in Bulgaria is a magistrate. He is not part of the executive branch. He is a part of the judicial branch. Therefore, the partnership between prosecutor's office and police in Bulgaria is not only interinstitutional, it is actually a specific collaboration between representatives of two different branches of power. What does the prosecutor do as magistrate in Bulgaria in terms of collaboration with the police and criminal investigation? First of all, the prosecutor is a dominus litis, the master of the pre-trial phase. Secondly, he can conduct investigation himself, so he can act as investigative body, which happens quite rarely, to be honest. The prosecutor brings charges and supports them in the trial phase, which is, so to say, his monopoly as an integrative part of judicial system. And of course, the prosecutor oversees the enforcement of penalties and other measure of compulsion. Having in mind this, we have to underline this, that as dominus litis in the concrete criminal investigation, the prosecutor does not collaborate with the police on an equal basis. Actually, with the respect to the police powers and competencies, the prosecutor determines and decides all dimensions of the criminal investigation, which does not necessarily mean that we behave bossy to the police and we require impossible things. Actually, the prosecutor knows exactly that he cannot do his job without the police. In Bulgaria, we have a bit more than 1,000 prosecutors compared to 50,000 officers in the Ministry of the Interior. So the prosecutor is perceived to be the head who needs the hands, the police, in order to do his job properly. Having in mind this role of the prosecutor, I would say that it is a certain contribution of, or I would say a certain position of the responsibility. Every success of the police could be presented as its own success, but every failure of the police where investigating hate crime, bias-motivated crime, gender-based violence connected to our topic is actually a failure of the prosecutor's office. And to be honest, we have a lot of them. We are trying to overcome them. Besides this dominus litis approach and the perceivement of the prosecutor as dominus litis, as master of the pre-trial phase, there is a very special tool which regulates the partnership between the prosecutor and the police. These are the methodological guidelines of the work of the prosecutors. This crucial power is executed on the highest level of the prosecutor service by the prosecutor general. And when those guidelines are introduced, they affect inevitably also the work of the police investigation. Just because if the prosecutor is addressed by the guidelines, which are compulsory to him, he from the position of dominus litis, master of the pretrial phase, spreads the effect of those guidelines to the police investigators. The training of the police also can be, and very often is in my country, supported by the judicial branch, either by the prosecutor's office or by the National Institute of Justice, mainly via joint trainings of the police officers and magistrates, judges and prosecutors together. On some topics related to the subject of today's discussion, like hate crime, domestic violence, gender-based violence, those trainings are perceived to be very useful and a good practice. After these general remarks, for another couple of minutes, I would give some examples of the engagement of the Prosecutor's Office of Republic of Bulgaria towards the police, connected with the specific area where the operational or investigative role of the police has a very crucial meaning. First of all, I have to say some words about the investigation of hate crimes. The needs assessment, do we need to investigate, or how we need to investigate hate crime, is a question of working with information. The information, it is preferably to be collected on a daily basis with a statistical system which covers all the ongoing investigation. But to be honest, we cannot rely on this system. Anyway, we had the chance to receive information which shows us how important it is to create structural approach, how to investigate hate crimes via critical glance from outside. We received message from the European Court of Human Rights in 2007, 2017. There were some decisions of the European Court of Human Rights which showed some breaches of the duty to conduct effective criminal investigation, especially when involving hate crimes, domestic violence, or other bias-motivated crimes. In 2015, there was a report by Amnesty International, a well-known organization, whose title was "Missing the Point." I have to be honest, many of my colleagues perceived those reports as not quite just, as they found too much activism in it, but we were trying not to put our heads in the sand and to confess that we have a problem. How did we react to those problems? With the investigation of the hate crime and gender-based violence, which is, again, a common task of the police and the prosecutor's office. In 2013, the Prosecutor General, or the Supreme Cassation Prosecutor's Office, issued methodological guidelines which have directly this effect I have mentioned before. They are trying to force the police and the prosecutor to work together, to have clear concept what is hate crime and how to investigate this. The methodological guidelines were issued with the idea to raise awareness of the prosecutor and law enforcement on the hate crime, discrimination, and other offenses motivated by bias. The goal was aimed mostly by introducing a form of internal soft law rather than giving direct instructions and orders. On the basis of those guidelines and the report which was created in the prosecutor's office in 2017, we introduced the topic of domestic violence and hate crime in the internal training program of the Prosecutor's Office of Republic of Bulgaria. Almost every year after 2016, we have this topic in the curriculum, in the training program. And it was massively supported by the joint project with ODIHR, which involved some police investigators and which was actually finished by creation of a manual for joint investigation for police officers and prosecutors together. And you can find everything in this booklet. The idea of having a specially specificity when addressing gender-based violence and hate crime, the idea of the risk of double, triple, quadruple victimization of a certain vulnerable person being, for example, a woman, a member of minority, national minority, or a member of sexual minority, the idea of developing a friendly approach from the first responder, the police, the idea of teaching the police what is needed to go with a valid charge in the court. I mean, the idea of this common education together, police and prosecutors, was to try to force the prosecutors and the police to step in their shoes to understand better what is the position of the one branch of the system and the other branch of the system.
Mr. Petro, you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
I'll try to finish in 1 minute with the message that in having this activity together, we learned about how important it is to send a message to those who are committing hate crimes and gender-based violence, just because a crime like this affects not only the concrete victim, but the society as a whole and the vulnerable groups. We understand a lot about the contextualization within the criminal proceeding of the hate crime and gender-based violence, and the crucial role of the partners, not only institutional partners as police and prosecutors, but also partners from the civil society. And we understand a lot about the need to distinguish and observe the hate crime and gender-based violence when it is a crime via effective statistical system, which allows us to monitor every investigation which involves such crime perceived as a priority. Of course, together with the lesson learned, we have some still unanswered questions and concerns. For example, there are some critics against the Bulgarian legislation where not every possible protected characteristic is put as qualifying sign in the criminal court when talking about discrimination or crime motivated by bias. Actually, we are trying to achieve our goals without relying so much on the legislator, by trying to adapt our system and to recognize protected characteristics and to use it as aggravating circumstances when pleading before court, no matter that the protected characteristic is not explicitly put in law.
Mr. Petro, thank you so much for your presentation. We exceeded a little bit the time, but I think that was very useful to hear from you. And I would like just to wrap up quickly. It's very important, as you mentioned, this cooperation between the police and other branch of the law enforcement. Thank you for bringing this perspective from the prosecutor office. And also, I think that the guidelines, the methodological guidelines that you have developed on hate speech and domestic violence, it's very important to be shared as a best practice. I would like now to give the floor to our next panelist. So we have with us Mrs. Paula Hillman. She's joining online and she's Assistant Commissioner, Roads Policing and Community Engagement Office of the Garda Commissioner in Ireland. She has over 36 years policing experience in Ireland, in her country. She's currently based in Dublin, and she is responsible for roads policing, youth, and community engagement, in addition to leading on several organizational transformational change projects. Paula led on a reform on hate crime, including the introduction of restorative practices. She was the strategic lead for the integration of Syrian refugees into Northern Ireland. In 2019, Paula was elected the first ever female president of the Superintendents Association for Northern Ireland. Mrs. Hillman, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. Just the sound coming from your end was quite interrupted there just beforehand, so everyone can hear me okay before I start? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and hello from Ireland. Before I start to outline some of the work that we've done in this area, I thought it might be just to give the demographics and our context of policing in Ireland. We have a population of just under 5 million, and 50% of that is female. 500,000 of our population are non-Irish nationals, and we've over 200 different nationalities living in Ireland. And I mention that because when I come to talk to you about the work we've been doing with minority groups and hate crime, in our last showed that 17% of Irish residents were born abroad. In terms of our policing approach to policing then the communities of Ireland, we take a very much community policing ethos in terms of our approach. And that's about building relationships, partnership working, building trust and problems. And that's the approach we have taken right across policing, both to encourage the reporting of crime, domestic abuse, and I'll give you some of the figures shortly, and hate crime. I'm going to outline what we've done in 5 key areas. Firstly, recruitment and representation. Within our human resources department, we have an Equality, Diversity and Inclusion office, and their role is really to work across the service and identify barriers to recruitment and how we reach out to be a police service that is representative of the communities that we serve. Our Commissioner Harris, has recognised that in terms of our diversity within our police service, that there is work that we want to do to ensure that we do and are representative of the community that we serve. We've really looked at some of the barriers in 3 areas. Firstly, perceptions, and how that we can, the perception of what policing is, both for female members and those from minority groups. So we've done a lot of outreach, and COVID has delayed that slightly, but our plans have been online, but now hopefully face-to-face, is both reaching out through schools, and with a schools program to reach out to young people, and internships as well. So how we reach out and promote what policing in Garda Síochána is for a career, not just as a Garda member, as an officer, but also for Garda staff. We then looked at our end-to-end recruitment processes and how we can, again, remove barriers. So we're looking at things, and this is also in public order policing, the fitness tests, and how that people are aware of what the fitness test is, and potentially for female members, given them the opportunity to undergo a fitness test before they enter into the full process. And finally, our practices, how that we ensure both in terms of female and minority representation, that we don't only recruit, but what our retention policies, our family-friendly policies, and our promotion opportunities. So that's very much part of the work we do in that area. To give you context then of our representation, we are a police service of just 18,000. 15,000 are Garda members, as police officers. 73% of those are male and 27% female. Of our Garda staff, just over 3,500. That is actually the other way, and we have 72% of our Garda staff are female and 28% are male. So that gives us an overall percentage as a police service of 64% male and 36% female. So it is an area, when I said 50% of our population female, how we want to increase male representation across the service. We have seen actually at more senior rank that we have that representation. We have 2 deputy commissioners, both of which are female, and 3 of our 8 assistant commissioners, including myself, are female. One of the big enablers that we introduced in terms of increasing female representation, and the area I talked about retention and support, is our Women in Policing Network, which we established in 2019. Now that network looks at supporting the development and implementation of policies that promote diversity and garda síochána an attractive career option for women. We are working with our other human resources in terms of policies that are very relevant to female members, such as developing a menopause policy, and also working then both right across with both our male members as well, and encouraging them to be join us as associate members, which some have done. In terms of other policies that we've also developing our gender identity policy, which is due for publication later this year, and this will commit and articulate our commitments in relation to gender identity, gender expression, and that also is something that we look forward to introducing later in the year. The second area that I'll mention is training and professional support, and this references some of the work our previous speaker talked about as well in terms of hate crime and increasing our awareness of both hate crime, but also reaching out to those minority groups in terms of encouraging reporting of hate crime, but also for female members of those groups in terms of reporting domestic abuse or any gender-based violence as well. We in Ireland have adopted the perception test. We don't have hate legislation at the moment, but we have adopted the perception test, which is very much in line with the Stephen Lawrence inquiry from the United Kingdom. And if it's the perception of a victim, a Garda member, or any other person that the crime has been motivated by prejudice or hatred, then we as a hate crime. We're undergoing an extensive training program for our members to be able to identify hate crimes, to ensure that we accurately record those hate crimes, and then the investigative work that's required, working with our victim services in supporting victims of hate crime through the criminal justice process. The third area then is our engagement with ethnic communities and minority communities and females. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we had an increased focus on community policing and our response to domestic abuse. We adopted the 4E's approach, engage, explain, encourage and enforce in terms of our policing model for COVID. And we also worked with our own government in terms of assisting with the development of information in 19 different languages to support the message. One of the other things we did during COVID was our Operation Freisha, which was launched to provide additional support to victims of domestic abuse. At this time, during COVID, we reached out to 22,000, just under 23,000 victims of domestic abuse, and to ensure they were safe and well, especially at the times of high lockdown and restrictions. And what we have seen in terms of the work we've done in domestic abuse is an increase in domestic abuse reports by 17% last year. Some other examples of in terms of with minority communities is the establishment of diversity officers who work locally to engage with those communities, and our National Diversity Forum, who hold us to account both for implementation of our diversity strategy, but also act as a critical friend to us and giving us feedback in our approach to engaging with victims of hate crime and in terms of the development of policies. As I come to the end then, just two other areas I'll briefly touch upon. Our operational practices. I've mentioned Operation Freisha. It was really led by our Garda National Protective Services Bureau. This is work that we have, a bureau that has developed, and we have increased our reach in this area. And they specialise in certain crimes, domestic, sexual and gender-based violence, the investigation and support of vulnerable victims in that area of crime. And we are keen to ensure that we have the highest trained detectives working with our victims officers to support victims in those areas. Our human rights then based approach as well, in terms of rollout of human rights training to our members as well. And the final issue in this area is data collection, and it's been mentioned before. And we recognise that we have a gap in our available data, and it's something that we're committed to do to ensure both in terms of our recruitment retention processes, but also in terms of our crime analysis, that work we need to do both in terms of data collection, but also looking at the ethical approach to data collection. And finally, just to conclude, the fifth area is the prevention and management of conflict and public order and policing as well, and the impact of female members in that area of policing. I'm the strategic lead for both public order, and we recognise that we have an under representation of females in this area of policing. We also have a Garda Inspectorate report recommendation to increase female representation. So we are currently looking at, again, the barriers in terms of both recruitment, selection and the fitness test to ensure that we have a balance of representation in this area of policing, because we do know, and I know from experience, not just in the Garda Síochána, but previously as well, that the impact of having female members in terms of style and tone, in terms of any public order policing operation. So under those 5 themes, I think that's a very quick overview of the work that we've been doing in Garda Síochána and across Ireland. And certainly I look forward to any questions that anyone may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paula Hillman. It's always good to see uniformed female officer. And I would like to wrap up quickly. I think that it's very important, the work that you have done by establishing an Equality and Inclusion Office and also a Diversity Office. So this can be considered as a good practice to be replicated in other countries. And also thank you for mentioning the need of family-friendly policies, and mostly for women, so childcare, etc., because we already mentioned in other panels the importance of that. And I really like the idea and the action to have information translated in 19 different languages to reach out ethnic minorities and tackle gender-based violence. So thank you so much, Mrs. Hillman. I will now give the floor to our fourth and last panelist of today. We have Mrs. Cara Rose, and she is Senior Police Advisor in the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement in the United States. So Mrs. Rose is a Senior Police Advisor, as I said, at the US Department of State, and she's providing technical law enforcement expertise, as well as policy analysis and program guidance. She has over 30 years of experience with law enforcement in the US, and Cara is a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, FBI National Academy Alumni Association, and the National Tactical Officers Association, as well as the International Association of Women in Police. So, Mrs. Cara Rose, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, and greetings from the United States. As you can see from my background, we are still working from home due to COVID. So I'm happy to join this esteemed panel and this discussion today. Madam Moderator, thank you for the kind introduction. It's an honor to join in this discussion. While my prepared remarks are centered on my current work with the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement at the State Department, where I currently serve, as you've mentioned, I also come to this panel with 30 years of law enforcement experience. So it's interesting to consider the guidelines, both from my current position and through the lens of a female police officer who served in a variety of operational and administrative roles throughout my career. I'd like to begin by highlighting our current administration's priorities regarding women, peace, and security. In June of this year, President Biden emphasized that, quote, when women are engaged fully in building and maintaining peace and security in their countries, we see more sustainable and equitable outcomes, less conflict, and longer lasting peace agreements. And I would say from the panels that I've been able to observe this morning and the discussion, this is something that we already know, and it's good to see that our administration also agrees with this. The White House interim national security guidance articulates gender and equity and equality as an administrative priority. And this was further reinforced just a few weeks ago on October 22nd with the release of the United States' first ever national strategy on gender and equity and equality. As noted earlier, despite the gains in the area of equity and equality, today, women, gender diverse persons, and national minorities are often excluded from, not appropriately represented in, and they're underserved by criminal justice institutions, both domestically and abroad. Additionally, women and gender diverse individuals, as we know, face high levels of sexual and gender-based violence and experience challenges in interacting with the criminal justice system. Implicit and explicit bias from criminal justice actors and gendered organization policies impact how women and minority individuals access the criminal justice system. Discrimination and exclusion may also be magnified due to other aspects of the person's identity, such as their sexual orientation or identity and expression, disability, ethnicity, race, and religion. INL hopes and works to pay attention to this intersectionality, finding it helpful for understanding how overlapping characteristics may shape and compound marginalization within inequitable systems of power. The Department of State's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement, or INL, is committed to advancing meaningful participation in criminal justice professions for women, gender diverse persons, and national minorities, and ensuring criminal justice institutions are responsive to the distinct needs of diverse communities. We primarily achieve this goal by providing bilateral, regional, and multilateral assistance to over 90 foreign countries and their criminal justice systems. On the previous panel, Annan mentioned my office's work with the National Academy of Sciences to better understand and identify evidence that exists regarding policing and what works and what doesn't work. As part of this project, the Academy recently completed examining evidence on police organization and management and is currently consolidating their report on the evidence surrounding use of force. We posed 3 other questions to the Academy to examine, and between now and late spring of 2022, the Academy will continue to bring together both practitioners, academics, and experts to explore the evidence and make recommendations that will benefit many people, including INL, as we work in international development. Each time we partner with a foreign country's law enforcement or criminal justice agencies, we find it an opportunity to promote participation, protection, and the rights of women and girls, gender diverse persons, and other marginalized and underrepresented groups, as well as the meaningful and sustained integration of women in policing and other criminal justice professions. Our work requires analysis integrated into all stages of our programming, including assessments, program design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. This analysis encourages consultation with a range of stakeholders, including government authorities, experts on gender, minority, community members, civil society, and others to ensure our efforts reflect the needs of local communities, as well as those who otherwise may not have a voice in reform efforts. Additionally, when INL partners with a foreign government, we work with them to ensure that the trainees and beneficiaries of any U.S. assistance are representative of the diverse communities they serve. And oftentimes we find that is, it can be a sticking point, but the steady work leads to engagement with a lot of women and other underrepresented participants. Our programming advances the inclusion and meaningful participation of women, supports the retention of women, including national minorities, and increases access to justice for survivors of gender-based violence by holding perpetrators accountable. INL also works with civil society to conduct outreach and engagement so the community and citizens are aware of available criminal justice services. We are proud to have partnered with several OSC member states and beyond in efforts such as this. For example, we helped establish, train, and equip a new first responder police force in the Ukraine. One major element of our programming pertained to the inclusion of women. Today, because of that programming, which included targeted outreach, recruitment, and training, which has been mentioned by other panelists, 25% of the more than 16,000 patrol police officers in Ukraine are women, and they serve alongside of their colleagues conducting the same operational work as their male colleagues, including vehicle and foot patrols and response to emergency calls. In Tajikistan, INL supports the Ministry of Internal Affairs Women's Council, which is responsible for promoting female police officers' rights and ensuring gender balance in the ministry. Our support for this project helped identify several challenges to hiring and retaining female officers, which assisted the council in raising these issues to the ministry leadership and proposed solutions to address the challenges. And that support is ongoing. In Pakistan, INL supports the development of a national strategy to increase the number of women in the police services, expand professional development opportunities for women, and increase gender sensitivity within the police forces. I had the opportunity to be in Pakistan a few years ago, and while the ratio is relatively low, it varies depending on who you talk to, between 2.5% and 4%. There has been a significant gain of women overall in law enforcement, even though the percentage is still very low. So we believe that our work, along with the international community, is supporting the efforts to integrate women fully into law enforcement and criminal justice in Pakistan. Outside of the OSCE region, we can point to Liberia, where INL supports professional development efforts for women in law enforcement through scholarships to training. In Liberia and many other countries, we find that women often have educational gaps, which limit their opportunity for promotion and advancement once they do enter criminal justice professions, law enforcement or otherwise. So our scholarships are aimed to help them overcome these gaps so that they are able to promote and access higher levels and positions within their agencies by meeting the educational requirements. And broadly across INL's global offices, we support women's attendance in professional conferences, as well as the development and support for local and regional women's organizations and networks, which have been highlighted by several others today as tools that help retain women and integrate women fully into law enforcement. While INL is proud of our work, we recognize many challenges still exist for gender mainstreaming within criminal justice institutions and to ensuring vulnerable and diverse groups, including women, children, and national minorities, have access to justice. Barriers to reporting instances of gender-based violence include accessibility, lack of services for victims, cultural stigma, and limited resources. Approaches to overcome such barriers complement capacity building work within the criminal justice system through engagement of civil society and other efforts. Additionally, police training should include evidence-based interventions aimed at improving response to victims, including those from underrepresented communities. And this is an area where INL is working to improve our interventions to ensure they're evidence-based and likely to achieve good outcomes. Specific interventions that are promising or have proven to be effective include accurate reporting and data collection, training for police, prosecutors, judges, and other criminal justice authorities, which was highlighted by another member of this panel, the need for cross-training, the development of trauma-informed and victim-centered responses aimed at minimizing the risk of re-traumatizing survivors, and proactive measures such as establishing trained liaison officers within police departments, supporting legal aid clinics to ensure marginalized or disenfranchised or even just rural communities have access to criminal justice services, and ensuring that local communities and civil societies are included in developing their criminal justice systems and sustainable programs. INL is committed to programming, which builds and supports diverse criminal justice institutions, including law enforcement, to improve the lives of citizens and, more importantly, to develop trust. We recognize that no one country has all of the answers. Removing barriers and expanding opportunities for gender-responsive approaches to policing requires a global community to work together on sustainable solutions. And I thank you for including me in this important conversation. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rose. And I would like to wrap up quickly as per the other panelists. I really would like to point out that a sentence that you mentioned, that when women are represented in peace processes, the peace agreements last longer. This is a very important information actually for a UN Women's Study on 3025 for a review. We saw that peace agreements last 15 years longer. So this is a good data to point out. Also, I would like to highlight the importance, as you mentioned, of ethical reporting and data collection, as well as focus the training for the police or army or the security sectors on evidence-based, and real data. Also mention on the importance on the promotion of the rights for women to be represented in the police. So the right to be representative is not any favor made to women, it's their right. And another important point is the inclusion of civil society. I really thank you, Mrs. Rose, because it was very clear the work you are doing to include civil society organizations for the community services. And we had really great examples of your work across the world, I can say, so Pakistan, Liberia, Ukraine, and so on. Another mention that you have done is the disability aspect that we didn't touch upon during the panel. So it's very important to be mentioned when we speak about victims of GBV. If there are women and girls, for example, so they're already discriminated, they can, if they have a disability status, so they can be double discriminated. So many thanks, Mrs. Russ. And now we have time for questions from the floor to our panelists. If you have any question, please just write them in the chat box. You have a question from the floor. You can select them. Just 1 minute to see if we have questions. And I hope you have. I will bring to your attention some questions that we have for this panel. So there are other positive practices that you can highlight on positive impact on the perception of the police and its services to society in its entirety. Other positive examples that you can give from the floor for gender responsive approaches, for example, when addressing gender-based violence or hate crimes. So colleagues, friends, distinguished delegates, the floor is yours if you have any question. I see that there are no questions, so I will give the floor now to all speakers for a 1 minute wrap up of their presentation to give us the highlights and the best practices. So a couple of best practices for each one, just to wrap up a little bit. So we will start with our first panelist, Mrs. Biljana Dulovic. Thank you.
Ja sam govorila o pozitivnim rezultatima i saradnji sa misijom OEBS-a u Crnoj Gori i želim ovom prilikom još jednom da se zahvalim na snažnoj podršci koju nam pružaju godinama unazad. Kada govorimo o podršci međunarodnih institucija, moram pomenuti i Centar za integritet iz Osla i DIKAF iz Ženeve. Naravno, ovo je tema u kojoj treba još dugo raditi, jer promjena svijesti je nešto za što treba dosta vremena i nadam se da ćemo radom koji smo imali u proteklim godinama uspjeti da promijenimo stanje u ovoj oblasti. Hvala još jednom na mogućnosti da učestvujem na ovom događaju i razmijenim iskustva sa vama.
Thank you, Mrs. Dulovic. And now give the floor to Mr. Sava Petrov.
Thank you. In 1 minute, I promise. I think I have to confess that sometimes I feel the police is perceived as separate and self-sufficient body. It shouldn't be like this, especially in some areas of the police activities. For example, if the police is involved in protecting the public health or the criminal investigation, as in my country, more than 90% of the criminal investigations are led purely by the police should be perceived as a part of the bigger system. And probably this new dimension or new way of reading the recommendation will help us to find the new role of the police and the new areas where the recommendations can receive their further development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sava Petrov. And I'll give the floor to Mrs. Paula Hillman.
Okay, thank you. To summarize, I think firstly, internally, it's what we're doing in terms of looking after our people, in terms of our well-being strategies, our policies, and the work we're doing under our internal equality, diversity, and inclusion strategy. I mentioned the Women in Policing Network, which is one of the deliverables of that, on how we're committed to establishing other minority networks to support our people. So I think it's the cultural piece, not just for our female members, but for all members of An Garda Síochána, that they can bring their whole self to work. Secondly, externally, I think it's the work we've done in our external diversity strategy, which with the definition of hate crime, the online reporting of hate crime, the training and the investigation of hate crime that we are rolling out. And then thirdly, in terms of the victim perspective, I think it's the work of our victims offices, and domestic abuse is not solely a female, it's not just only female victims, there are many male victims of domestic abuse as well. But in terms of the work we did in domestic abuse during COVID, I think is a very good model of practice, and the operation that we did, that we did during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Ms. Hillman. I now give the floor to Mrs. Carver-Rosa.
Thank you. Broadly speaking, for police, some of the most promising programs we see right now are co-responder programs where mental health workers and law enforcement respond together to address persons that are having mental health crises, even those substance use disorders. Along those same lines, alternative to incarceration programs, both including deflection programs, which start before arrest, especially focused on people with substance use disorders, where we find minorities, women are often overrepresented in jails for these type of crimes, when they really should be treated with the appropriate interventions to help them overcome the disease of addiction. And also for people, survivors of sexual assault or gender-based violence, sexual assault nursing examiner programs, partnerships with those with law enforcement are extremely helpful for victims to prevent re-traumatization and to ensure that victims receive not only the medical care, but also the evidence necessary to hold perpetrators accountable is collected in a manner that does not re-traumatize the victim. More focused on my work in INL, as already highlighted, women networks are proving to be very helpful in helping with the retention of women and also the recruitment of women and the empowerment of women to raise issues within their services to help promote and advance women's participation fully across the criminal justice system and in law enforcement. And then for INL, things that are really working for us is ensuring that our programs are based on evidence, and where there is not evidence, that we design programs with clear goals and we measure outcomes, vice outputs, and we focus holistically across the criminal justice system to identify barriers and gaps, and not just at those higher levels of training and equipment for nascent work. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Rose. I would like to wrap up quickly the whole panel by thanking, first of all the panelists for their useful and very important inputs. So just few points by my side: the importance of training for the police on gender GBV, also the importance to have in place gender and minority strategies in the police sector, the importance to have more trained women in the police sector, also data collection, let's say disaggregated but in an ethical way, about GBV cases and other crimes, and the importance to not only recruit women, but retain women and empower them in the justice and police sectors. So thank you so much, dear participants. Thank you so much, OSCE. You will have now a break for 30 minutes, and then the conference will start again. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Это вы уже будете сексом прочим. Ну, сука, вот меня.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are just getting started here. We'll be starting in just a minute as folks, I think, are returning from the break. Give it about one more minute. Okay, well, let's get started. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone, for what I know has been a long and very enriching discussion for the day. My name is Christy Edwards, and I am the Deputy Head of the Tolerance and Non-Discrimination Department at ODIHR, the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights within the OSCE. And it's an honor to be leading this discussion today. We have a number of really wonderful speakers joining us this afternoon. But just as a quick reminder, this afternoon, we are going to be talking about the emerging challenges and new perspectives in order to complement existing HCNM efforts to improve policing in diverse societies. And so we're going to be talking about a number of different topics today, such as racial profiling, cybersecurity, surveillance technology, the role of the police in countering hate speech and hate crimes, the role of the police in Verelts while taking care not to securitize minorities, changing attitudes towards the police and police responses, and the complementarity of the HCNM's policing recommendations in security sector governance and reform, as well as how to mainstream multi-ethnic policing concepts in the field of SSGR. So I'll give a very brief introduction to our speakers for today. I will first start with Kim Ann Marie Heworth, who is the founder of, sorry, let me pull up my agenda here, the founder of Diversity by Heworth, and she's the former police superintendent for the Oslo Police District in Norway. And she brings a wealth of experience to our discussion today. She worked for 31 years as a police superintendent and has worked within a variety of fields, such as a patrolling officer, investigator, and intelligence officer, also serving for 15 years at the Organized Crime Division with criminal motorcycle gangs, trafficking and prostitution, surveillance, and communication control. Since 2009, she has started work amongst the female minority population in Oslo at the prevention unit, and also walked from mosques to churches and NGOs and literally knocked on all the doors to get in contact with minority women in those communities. So this has really helped those doors to open to her and build trust amongst these communities, even as a woman representing the police forces. So she's going to have a number of wonderful experiences to share with us. So Ms. Smith, I'll turn things over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the High Commissioner, good colleagues. Like you said, though, I've been working in a Norwegian police force for 31 years. And the reason why I started this pioneer work was when I worked at the Organized Crime Division, I detected that the women, when we were doing arrests or home search to people who didn't have a Norwegian ethnic background, I saw that the women often didn't speak our language, and I wondered why. So I asked them, and some of them said that they've been living in Norway for like 20 years, 38 years, and they didn't speak a language. And I was like, I need to do something with that. So you can just keep the PowerPoint like going. Thank you. So often that someone is yourself when you are having an idea. So I went down to the chief of the prevention unit at the Oslo Police District, and I said, I want to work with a female minority population. So took a while before I was able to do that. And I started in Norway, all the denominations get paid from the government per member. So I started with the mosques, with the Muslim population, because they had segregation between the gender. And I started to knock on the doors, and I went from mosque to mosque, and it was really hard in the beginning. And even my colleagues said, why do you even care to do that? They won't let you in. And I said, what if it works? Because I knew it was women inside there. And I did prove my colleagues wrong, all the naysayers, because after working for a long time, knocking on all the doors, I came back and suddenly the doors starting to open. And from 0 entrance to today, all the doors opened. And today I am, well, for many years though, I've been cooperating in all the mosques, in all the churches, NGOs, where all the minority women are gathering. And I also started at the university to learn Arabic. I have been doing that for many years. And I experienced that the minority communities felt resentment towards the police, often based on their own experiences from their own countries of origin or narratives told by others. So I would say I was building bridges in times of peace. And it takes time to build trust. It's not an overnight miracle. But it also only takes one incident to make that trust wither. Trust must be earned. So after a while, the women just called me by my first name now, and they call me and, hello, Kim, you know, and a lot of the ladies, they are so scared of the police from where they come from, and they have all rights to do that, because some of the police where the lands where they come from, they are corrupt and they can't be trusted. But when you show that you are the person that comes back and back, you know, and help them, they come back to you and they say that we really trust you. And I think what I teach is democracy in our society, equal rights, gender equality, that all violence and forced marriages, social control are banned in our democracy in Norway, and that is for everybody who lives there. And the key to success for the women is to learn our language, get an education, a job, and be able to support their own families. And then there are role models for their kids and others. After some years, I experienced the success of time-consuming and thorough approaches in multi-ethnic societies, because I believe that strong women inspire strong girls. And you can be the person that brings energy and hope to people, just being a bigger person. Be the role model you wish you had when you were growing up. And I believe in inspiring the upcoming generation equality, like I like to call it. And for everybody, most days are ordinary, and we need to bloom where we're planted. I believe in going that extra mile for someone, being that kind person who is cheering them up when life is hard. For many people that I meet when I was working as a police, life has dealt them with an unfair hand, so they need a stable hand to hold on to. And there's more that unite us than separate us. We're more alike than we think. I have a lot of examples of people that I've been helping getting out of unhealthy relationships, stopping from getting forced marriages, or people who wanted to travel as foreign fighters to Syria, because I knew the mothers and they trusted me. They came to me with their stories. You know, one lady came to me and she told me that her son was about to go to Syria as a foreign fighter. And she said she even found that he was going to travel to Turkey and then go his way over there. But, you know, because she trusted me, and we made like a hedge around the boy, you know, and we prevented him to go there to Syria, and have so many examples of that you can, but just being the police that listens to people. And even though I am the authority, that people see that we have a heart inside. And I also had bosses that understood the importance of what this work needs. I mean, the shift working and to be available for people when they ask for you. And now I had a trained team, you know, that works with diversity and different ethnicities, like the population at large in our community. And we were creating an environment with reliable and accountable police officers. And we teach the teachers, the social workers, and I mean, everybody can help people when they see the needs, even neighbors and friends, you know. And when COVID-19 hit Norway, the Minister of Health, he contacted me and he said, we need all your contact in the minority communities because the minorities were blamed for bringing the pandemic and the virus and spreading it. But we managed to sort of make everybody we knew that had a big network to translate the corona rules into many different languages. And we saw that after a while that the minority population weren't the ones that were increasing the pandemic, it was decreasing. So I think communication and to explain things, that is really important for people to understand how things work. Well, after 31 years, I stopped working in the police force and started my own company, Diversity by Yacht. And I wanted to do that because now I have more freedom and less limitations, and I'm carrying out the same kind of work. And I'm also writing a book with a publisher. And I see that patience and going that extra mile has been instrumental and crucial in doing this kind of work. And you can keep on or the PowerPoint. This is the first group that invited me to their mosque, and we still have a good relationship with all the women. And the first women group in the mosque who opened up, they sort of told the others, ladies, you know, that in Oslo, that you can trust this police person because she is reliable. So, next, please. And here we had the first aid course for women. It's very important to do things and to carry out things that can educate the women. And it was so popular, so the men wanted a course too. So we did that for the men in the mosques too. Next, please. I asked the women, you know, in the mosque, for example, the Sunni Muslims, and I said, why don't we invite all the Sunni Muslims mosques, I mean, the ladies from the different mosques in one group to one of the bigger mosques, but they weren't really eager to do that. So what I did though, I hired these locations, so where we gathered everybody. So we started with one location that could hold 125 people, and that was so full of people. So the next time, the year after, next, please. We had to, well, this is like, yeah, I have to say after the pictures here. The mothers in the female groups, they asked me, can you take our girls and go to on a weekend trip with them? Because they haven't really been to the school trips, because a lot of the people are very strict with their girls and they trusted me. So I took with me some other colleagues and we went on weekend trips and we had, I mean, such a good time together. The girls were telling me and my colleague about how hard it is to grow up in two different cultures with one leg in each culture. And so I'm telling the parents too, though, that when you choose to live in Norway, in our democracy, with our rules, you know, you can't really be that strict, you know, and give the girls more freedom. And the girls keep saying to me, because this is the next generation, that we're not going to have like 10 kids, you know, we are going to have education. So this really warms my heart, you know, that I sort of see that the future is for everybody. Next, please. You know, Friday prayers in the mosques is only for men. But, you know, after you know them so well, they ask me to teach them, to give them a speech at the Friday prayer, which really warms my heart, you know. So this is my colleague that works with the men that are trained. So this is in Oslo, in one of the big mosques. So I mean, I think the sky is the limit for whatever you can do. Next, please. There are not only nice days, there are demanding days. And I meet people who give me a little note with their name and their number. And if I am in a mosque and they said, please call me tomorrow between 9 and 1, because then my husband is not home, you know. So I've been helping a lot of families and ladies to get out of unhealthy relationships and their kids having a better life. Some of them had to move to other places in Norway because the community is still sort of blaming them for when the husband goes to jail, that they have been ruining the family's honor. But in Norway, nobody should be hit or all violence is banned. So this is what I'm sort of teaching. Next, please. I've been to Vienna before, and I've been to Alaska. I've been traveling around the world abroad, and I've been helping other police in other countries in the world to build up a similar minority contact division, which everybody needs, I think. Next, please. You get to know the ladies so well. You know, you are, I mean, they said, I mean, if I was telling my relatives, for example, in Pakistan, Morocco, that I am out on a cafe with a police person drinking coffee, they must think I'm crazy. But they said, but we shouldn't think you are a police because you're nice, actually. So this is the perception they have of the police, you know. So it's good to prove that you are more than just your uniform. Next, please. This is in Turkmenistan, very interesting place. I was in 2018. Next, please. I mean, something happened here with all the letters coming on here, but this is in Georgia. So I've been traveling around, meeting nice people everywhere. Next, please. This is in Canada. Very, very, very nice to be there, to be on the International Association of Women Police Conference and sharing my work there. Next, please.
We've got about 1 minute left. Are there any concluding thoughts that you might want to add here? And then we can open it up for questions too, if we have time at the end.
Many women there are in the police forces, and Alaska, I think, had 14%. And when I started the police academy 31 years ago, we were 14% women in the police force, and we were six girls in my class, you know. Today we are 50-50 in the police force in Norway, 50% women, 50% men. So we really have been working hard, and we also are working hard to get the ethnic minorities to come into our police force, which is really important. And we have a lot of people who speaks different languages, which I'm so happy for. Next, please. Here, this is my motto. The world only knows them as minority women, but they have a name, a face, and a story to tell. Each person is unique, and it is so important to be nice to everybody, and we are worth the same. Next, please. This is my contact information. If you want to write any questions or anything, be my guest. Thank you for listening, everybody.
Thanks so much, Kim. And I think your examples of getting to know these women, being able to help them integrate into the local community, building those relationships of trust, and even being able to be a resource for them to come to you with issues of concern, or when members of their family might be in danger of being radicalized. It's a really important example to share. So thank you for all of those wonderful examples. I'd next like to turn to our next speaker, and we are very, very honored to have Teresa Segovia with us. And apologies here, I'm just pulling up her bio. She is the Associate Director of the Community Relations Service at the U.S. Department of Justice. And the department deploys skilled mediators to mitigate community tensions based on race, color, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, religion, and disability. And through this work, Ms. Segovia leads teams who support local efforts to develop stable, inclusive, and viable communities. She has 20 years of police community relations experience, providing subject matter expertise to address community tensions and resolve civil unrest. And prior to joining the Civil Rights section, she was a member of the Civil Rights Division in the Criminal section. And as the National Program Manager, She promoted an initiative to strengthen coordinated nationwide responses to incidents of human trafficking, which resulted in greater information sharing by and capacity building for federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. And so we're very honored to have her share her experience within a federal system today. So Ms. Segovia, I will turn things over to you. And maybe just before you begin, I just want to share a reminder with the audience. If you do have questions, please do put those into the chat box or raise your hand, and I will be assisted with noting those questions as they come in so we can call on everyone. And I believe you're still on mute. Let me see if I can unmute you.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are now.
Okay, I don't know, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. And thank you to the High Commissioner for his gracious invitation and also to participate today. We know that national minorities, even established national minorities throughout the world, face exclusion from decision-making and even the ability to report crimes because of their social and/or legal status. This invites an environment which allows hate bias incidents to flourish, as well as being the targets of other crimes. And this presentation today tries to put practice into much of what the panel discussions throughout the day have been, and with the just with inclusion, I would say, in the forefront. And do you have my PowerPoint by any chance? If not, there's no problem. Yes, thank you so much. But in order, this program that I'd like to introduce today is called Strengthening Police and Community Partnerships. And in the United States, for example, we are very much a nation of migrants and established minority communities. We have many challenges. One, that we don't have a national police department, so that our training efforts can be a little more challenging that way. So if you live in one state that may be more progressively and assertively working on these issues, you may be in more of an advantage than if you lived in one that does not. So I wanted to keep that in mind in this discussion. But I also wanted to give 4 elements that make or break this program. And in order for this program to be successful, we need to work from several assumptions. The first assumption is that a safe space for community members to voice concerns honestly has been established. If you don't make an environment, you don't create that environment, you won't get the response from the participants that you need to go forward. Secondly, you need to create an environment of respect for all participants' experiences, concerns, and needs. It is a very challenging time throughout the world. I think we see so much division. Our politics are divisive in nature, and it is very, very challenging to get people in a room where they can calmly share their differences and be respected. The third is that there is a commitment from all participants to improve police-community relations, not just in the short term, but also in the long term. They cannot be successful if they simply walk away from this experience without action items or an initial plan, or there's really no point to even pursuing this. I think dialogue is a wonderful start, but dialogue for the sake of dialogue does not create change. And fourth, the reality is that even if societies silo certain groups, everyone in the society and their experiences are somehow interconnected. And I know that more police departments than ever are learning this, that if you don't go into communities that have been siloed, you are missing out on the opportunity to solve many, many crimes. So with that, I will introduce you to this program that we have found very successful. And I'm assuming, Ms. Edwards, that you'll let me know when I'm getting close to my time.
I will. We've got about 7 minutes left if you want to keep going.
Thank you so much. So next slide, please. The Strengthening Police and Community Partnerships program was started several years ago by our agency. And the reason that you would probably want to host one is to improve communication, problem solving, trust, and relationships. I would say trust is at the top of that list, because without affecting trust, you won't have people coming forward, like I said, and relating in a way that can reduce hate bias and reduce crime. You also want to make a collaborative environment and to prevent and respond to community distrust, historical tensions. And if you're talking about national minorities, you are certainly talking about historical tensions. Also, police community conflicts. I know the majority of our cases in our agency have to do with administration of justice, which is police misconduct and use of force, and also having to do with critical incidents. And I should say, as an aside, that you don't want to wait to open up the lines of communication or try to when there's a critical incident. You want to be able to already have that established relationship. Next slide, please. So there are many goals to this, but strategically, what we really are looking at to do is to improve trust and develop partnerships. And partnership is an important word. I think it's a lofty ambition in many cultures and many communities, but to develop partnerships between law enforcement officers and the diverse communities they serve is where you have to start. We engage local law enforcement and community leaders in dialogue, but that dialogue is an active participation where you identify issues and solve problems collaboratively. It helps local leaders address longstanding community distrust and other historical barriers that have hindered police community partnerships, and it increases local capacity. It develops partnerships and develops local solutions to local problems. I think sometimes you have to look very small. We may have these huge ambitions, but it starts with just a kernel. Next slide, please. And when is our SPCP most effective with national minority communities? When you see a demographic shift. And the world, now that we have a global economy and people are very mobile, you see demographic shifts going very, very quickly. And that results often in strained police community relations, increased police community contacts, and misunderstandings about the role of the police. Also, when communities have active conflicts resulting from an incident, a critical incident, such as a controversial police shooting that has led to public outcry. You saw that happen to us in the summer of 2020, and we are still working to heal from that. And then when communities have latent police community conflicts and history that impact trust and partnerships. So what you're trying to do, you want to implement proactive community engagement. Next slide, please. So who would you get involved in this? Who would you invite to this program? I would put at the top, not at the bottom, youth. Youth, truly it sounds cliche, but they are the future and they are the present. And if you do not engage youth in a meaningful way, this is really all for naught. You also need civil rights folks at the table, city and county municipal government, faith-based organizations, very, very important. There are so many faith groups that face hate and bias incidents and crimes, community-based organizations, and law enforcement. Next slide, please. How does this work? Our planning group meets first. So you're going to get representatives from each of those groups. You put together a planning group. They develop the program and they deliver the program. The issues are identified, solutions developed, and then a council is formed. The council convenes and they put together strategic action plans and solutions. This is very, very important. I can't emphasize this enough. You have to have a strategic action plan going forward, and you have to make a good faith effort to implement the solutions. And this is ever evolving. So one document is an action plan. It has to be able to be revised as needed. And the solutions that are implemented, you may find, okay, this is what we thought we needed, but now we're seeing that perhaps we need something different. So you have to be flexible, but at the same time focused, so that everybody still has a voice and that the council can be open-minded to suggestions and to change. Next slide, please. So when you go into, how does this program work? It's usually a one-day program. The facilitator will give a briefing and opening remarks and give an overview of what this is. What we do is we go into breakout sessions in the morning and with like groups. And what we mean by like groups are groups that have certain concerns or experience in common. So there may be 5 different groups, 6 different identified groups. And I would always emphasize that the police also should be one group of their own in the morning. This is so that everyone is comfortable with identifying strengths in their community and then identifying where there could be room for improvement or actual problems or crises. And we try to start with the positive, just to start on a positive note. And there are always great things about people's communities and what they're proud of. And those are good things also for them to share when the group convenes. So we have our report outs, or when everyone is convening, and they vote on the issues that are most important. So those top issues are identified by the facilitators when people go on a break. And when they come back for the afternoon work, one person from each of the like groups gets put into a different group. So then you are diversifying the groups and bringing people together. And then they report out on how they looked at the solution development to all the problems and they prioritize them. This is very constructive. And if you start with that in the morning, you will get anywhere. But we have found that the way of doing this, putting like groups together and then diverse groups together in the afternoon, really does come out with a beautiful roadmap of how to move forward. Next slide, please. And this next slide just illustrates what I mean by, like groups. So we've just used colors to illustrate this, but you may have 5 groups. One group may be faith-based leaders, and the group 2 might be the police. Group 3 may be an ethnic group that is being marginalized, and so on. And next slide, please. So, you can go forward with this in the interest of time. Keep going, I apologize. We'll go to the solution development. Next slide, please. And one more. Yes, thank you. So that breakout group then, as you just saw briefly, was all of these put together, and that's how then they work in the afternoon. You don't want to keep like groups together in the afternoon, or I think it kind of stymies what you're trying to get done. So with the SPCP report, it documents the program, its purpose, and its process. And it, like I said, it serves as a roadmap for the council. It presents all of the issues identified, including the prioritized issues. It presents all of the solutions developed, including the prioritized solutions, and it identifies the council members. And if we could go just to the slide that talks about barriers to trust and partnership, please. You can keep clicking. My apologies. I'm so PowerPoint averse. Oops, if we could go back. Well, I'll just, we can keep that. Yes, thank you. So there's a lack, when you find barriers to trust in partnerships, what we have identified most frequently are a lack of awareness about each other. So there's a lack of sensitivity toward each other for both community and police. So sometimes it's not just between police and communities, but among communities. Oftentimes, if you are working in an area that's just had, for instance, a national disaster, we had two in the United States several years ago, and a hurricane hit the Southeast, and it hit one state particularly hard. Those people had to leave. They had to find someplace else to live and went to another state that was doing very well. Everybody was welcoming. That state had very low unemployment. People were finding a very good life and trying to rebuild. But a month later, we also had another storm that hit that state. And the reason that I give this example is because I think it beautifully illustrates how in one moment, people can go from being inclusive to being very possessive of resources and thinking, oh no, we are from here. We deserve these resources to get us back on our feet. You've only been here for a month. So those are also issues that can follow communities for a very long time afterward. There's also, of course, institutional racism and bias. Sometimes they feel the police department doesn't represent the community. And there was a lot of talk about that, I know. A lack of positive and proactive police contacts, as our earlier panelists said. It is so important to proactively go out to your communities and let them know that you're there for them. And that runs really into a lack of officer approachability. And next slide, please. So our outcomes, the development and implementation of relationship building, youth. Get youth at the table. Start early. We have school programs. I'll put up our contact information in a moment, but if you go to our webpage, you'll be able to see a lot of our programs, including our hate crimes website and our protecting places of worship programs. You can learn more about those. But you know, we end up with the delivery of community-led diversity training for police officers, the development and implementation of minority recruitment, development of an SPCP youth council. Again, I think that is so important, and the development of a community and police crisis response team. These are all, you know, and these are just some of the outcomes. They really depend on the council itself. And last slide, please. And for more information, there's our number, and I think you put a 1 in front of that, my apologies, and www.justice.gov/CRS, and visit our social media sites. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This has been fantastic. And I think the messages of building trust and also engaging youth and many different actors that are not maybe the traditional voices amongst communities, but particularly youth voices, is incredibly important. Maybe I'll also just give a quick plug. Many of the audience probably is already familiar with ODIHR's TACKLE program, the training against hate crimes for law enforcement. This does work a little bit easier in a non-federal system where there is one unified police department across the country, because it is a cascading training program. But many of the same kinds of issues and responses that are done within the US system at the federal level there as well. where we do tailor our training for local audiences, local contexts, and are delivered in the local language. So if any of the folks attending today have further questions, I'd be happy to answer those, or you can contact Odir for more information. So while all of you all are thinking of some brilliant questions for our speakers today, I might take the moderator's privilege of asking the first question. And perhaps I'll ask to both of you, given that you've worked on policing issues directly for many years, both of you. I think both of you have talked about the need for inclusive policing that also comes from within. And thinking about some of the correlations that we've seen between how officers are treated within the force and then how they treat others, and underlining the need for evidence-based policing versus working solely based by technology. Can you talk about how any of that has influenced the context that you work in, and how that may work within some of the relationships that are built between police forces and minority communities especially? So maybe Kim, we'll start with you, and then I'll turn it over to Teresa.
Yeah. I believe the work, I have to take this off, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I believe that the work with the minorities through all these years have sort of opened the eyes for many of the police leaders as well, and others too, that we have to be in every community, and we see that like I said, building bridges in times of peace, then the people come to us and tell us things when things have happened. We have had terror attacks in Norway twice, and because of all the good relationship we had prior to that, then we got a lot of good information. So I think that helps a lot, and never to give up on people, and whatever you work with, you can make a difference. And be fair, patient, and give people a second chance. This is what we believe in, and we see that it goes to all the other police that watches what we do. Thank you.
I should mention that I was a senior trainer with the Houston, Texas Police Department also for 11 years. That's the 4th largest police department in the United States. And one of the things that I noticed, if you're talking about internal inclusive policing, police were hired for a very different purpose decades ago, and it has evolved into something very different in most places. And I would say that that's a challenge. It's a challenge for departments when you're doing in-service training. It's very important to incorporate those new concepts and try to be inclusive of maybe some of those older officers who have been there for a long time and the expectation of what their jobs were. I don't think there's enough appreciation for that. That doesn't excuse the few that maybe have bad behavior and blame it on that. But if we don't educate what the communities need inside of our academies, there's still going to be that great divide.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I think that actually is maybe as a follow-up question, I think we've obviously seen the changes, particularly when dealing with hate crime or with crimes that target minority communities. There's a lot of correlations that we've seen over the last decade or so between what in some places is codified as hate speech or intolerant discourse online, violent rhetoric directed towards minority communities, which if it exacerbates or rises to the level of an actual hate crime in real, in offline and in real life, how have police departments shifted with the acknowledgement that the United States has a very particular approach to freedom of speech issues and the First Amendment, understanding that the thresholds there for incitement to violence is something that's taken quite seriously. But how have police forces shifted as the people have started communicating very differently. It's not like people are necessarily at each other's throats all the time in a public space, but maybe starts online and then move into a public space. So how have police departments shifted and taken that into consideration?
I could start answering just how there are some departments in the States. And again, please keep in mind when I'm talking about individual experiences, our departments are independent. So, what happens in one place may not happen in another. But I was very, very impressed with the Seattle Police Department, Seattle, Washington, and I would urge anybody who's attending today to look at their efforts with hate crimes and just trying to keep in touch with their communities. One thing that they have for LGBTQ plus, gay, lesbian, transgender individuals is they have a little sticker that people can put in their storefronts throughout Seattle. And if somebody feels that they're in danger on the street or a target of a hate crime, for instance, they're called safe spaces. And you can go into any of these shops and they will work with the police or just, give you shelter as long as you need to feel safe. And it is a fantastic program. And that's to me, one of the best ways to incorporate the community to help the police, because the police aren't going to know necessarily, even if they're out there all the time, maybe every minutia of hate incident. What they also do is they will take reports of people. Somebody earlier in another panel talked about perception. And that is so important to keep in mind, that there are legal definitions of hate bias crimes and what incidents are, and maybe that don't rise to the level of a crime. But if you can take somebody's report seriously, you document it, you can put it in hot maps and say, oh, there's a lot of hate speech, which may be protected speech, but still there's this perception that it is threatening or that it is getting in the way of a harmonious environment for a community. They have been tracking what people report to them so that they can say, well, maybe there could be an incident here. Maybe we need to send more police out proactively to do, a hate crimes forum or something like that. So those are just a few examples.
Those are fantastic examples. And again, as police are taking these reports seriously, even if they don't rise to the level of a hate crime, it shows the communities themselves that the police is a body that they can trust, and that when something does happen that rises to the level of a hate crime, there's a violent incident or some sort of a crime that does occur, they know that when that happens, that the police will do an effective job of responding appropriately, investigating thoroughly, and having those sensitive responses to communities when they do arrive. So maybe Kim, did you want to add anything to this? I know Norway is a bit of a different context, but certainly we would like to hear from you if you have anything to add.
Thank you. I would just say that the Norwegian police force has a lot of devoted police officers who only work with hate crime, and they're doing a fantastic job, and it has been better and better for each year. So I'm really proud of my ex-colleagues. Thank you.
Excellent. Just checking on the chat box here again. If you'd like to ask any questions to our speakers today, please direct them to the questions from the floor. And maybe for my next question, maybe a slightly different topic, maybe thinking about moving from the online space to new technologies. So there's conversations that are happening around the reliance or even potentially over-reliance on new technologies by the police, which could further entrench ethnic or racial profiling, artificial intelligence that incorporates conscious biases, even when used to improve human rights or accountability initiatives such as wearing body cameras or having dash cams, things like this. So and I know there's been conversations lately around Facebook taking their facial recognition software offline. So how have you seen this impacting the way that police forces respond, or any good practices that you could share with us around how police are using new technologies, or maybe should not be using some of these new technologies? Maybe Kim, I'll start with you if you want to jump in, and then we can turn it over to Teresa.
Well, as far as I know, though, it's only some groups that are wearing the body cams, not everybody. I mean, in the so well, that they can. I think it's most positive though when they use that, because then they can document and even show in court, what really happened. So yeah, I think it's positive.
Great. It's not really my area of expertise, although we do deal with body cam footage all the time. In fact, it's very much a part usually of our administration of justice, if it's traffic stops or outdoors. And I do agree with my panel member that it does behoove the police as well to wear them, because then you've documented if you've done something right. I'm completely for body cam, but they have to be turned on. And, sometimes they're equipped with them and they conveniently don't work, or they're not turned on. But most of the police in the large metropolitan areas throughout our country, at least, have them now. And as far as internet goes, I'm not really probably the right person to answer that question. I know more about maybe the recruitment of people into hate groups, but and that's very active on social media.
Thanks. And maybe just to ask a follow-up. Oh shoot! Sorry, my camera's having some issues here. So I'll ask the question, and if I log back in, I haven't disappeared. So for some of the community responses, what have you seen as good practices? I know we've obviously heard from Kim in putting together community resources, developing those relationships. Obviously, we've seen in Pittsburgh some of the real responses by the community themselves that did active training and had some drills in advance so that they were able to respond well. How have you seen some of those relationships that have been well developed with the police and building their own security initiatives to deal with hate crimes? How have those been helpful for some of the local communities that you've worked with?
Well, we just started evaluating the first SBCP that was done. Well, the first two. One was in Erie, Pennsylvania, and one was in Topeka, Kansas. And they're also on our website, and you can see firsthand how the police chiefs really raved about it, as well as community members. Again, it has to have a long-term component. And when it does, it really is successful in engagement, so that you are seeing a great uptick in the reporting of crimes or incidents. I would say that was the number one response. But also, I did want to say, when you're talking about Pittsburgh, I'm assuming you're talking about Tree of Life, or
yes.
Yes, I can go into that because we did respond to that. And for those who don't know, it was a synagogue. People were there to worship, and a person came in and murdered several people, congregants. It was really a very horrible situation. And the Jewish community in this neighborhood within Pittsburgh was, of course, devastated and worked with the U.S. Attorney and worked with the authorities to effect justice. So they felt that they had what they needed with the government. They didn't really need our services. And so all of our services are voluntary, but there were surrounding communities that were from other parts of the world who were national minorities, some new arrivals, some were established communities, but every one of them had businesses. They were very, very integrated into the communities. Their children went to public schools and their businesses were thriving. When the shooting happened, a lot of those minority communities felt the migrant communities did not really understand the nature of that crime and brought their own experiences of that type of crime into their own, sub-communities in their own homes, thinking that they might be next, which was not at all the intent of this crime that was committed. So when we went in to the community, we quickly identified through the Human Relations Commission in Pittsburgh that these people were terrified and that they had shut everything down, stopped sending their children to school for fear. We worked very closely with the police and came up with a hate crimes forum and a protecting places of worship forum so that people would feel that they could integrate again safely into communities. And once they saw that the police were there for them as well and could explain the nature of that crime, we were able to open up again these shops and have children going back to schools. So that's just one example, but I think it's a pretty good example of how you have to bring authorities sometimes to communities to lessen their fears.
Thank you. And Kim, I know you mentioned that there were some attacks that happened over the last few years that the Norway police has responded to. How have you seen the communities themselves respond, or how have they been able to work better with the police in order to build their own security systems in order to potentially respond to these kinds of issues in the future?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how good people were working together, not only police, teachers, social workers, nurses, everybody, neighbors, everybody were helping each other and trying to make like a hedge around each other and support each other. So that was amazing actually after those two attacks. So everybody wanted to do the best for their neighbors and for the community, which is really good to see though. Thank you.
Great. So maybe the last question from me, unless we get some questions from the audience. How have you, or maybe do you have any recommendations for how policing on these issues could be mainstreamed into the wider security sector governance and reform realm? So for people-centered security, which could be applied to both the internal governance structures, but also external accountability, oversight for civil society, for parliaments, or for Congress in the United States. What would you say would be some important aspects to include? And maybe Teresa, I'll turn things over to you first.
Sure. Because we're non-prosecutorial and non-investigatory, I'll try to just stay in my lane. But I do have some ideas. But I would say that there has to be a systemic response. And that has to start with rule of law and legislation. Not every one of our states in the United States has a hate crime law, but we have a federal hate crime law, the James Byrd, Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2010, so that we can take over prosecution of hate crimes if there are states that do not have that. However, it would be, I think it's very important to institutionalize that in, in law.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Kim, over to
you. I think the laws we have in Norway when it comes to hate crime and matters like that is very good, actually. But like I experienced, and everybody needs good leaders to lift this up when we are working with this. So, I mean, to have leaders that believe in you and see that the work you do is crucial and lift it up higher and higher and get support from them, it's very important. And that the community itself feels that our community is important, the police is protecting us, and the government sees us. And I think we have to work together, like I feel that we have been doing in the terror attacks that hit Norway and other incidents that has been really crucial, that people are really working together and standing together.
Great. Well, thank you both so much. And maybe just to conclude, I'll also just mention very briefly that ODIHR has a number of tools to support the security needs of various communities. We've developed a security guide on for Jewish communities as well as Muslim communities. We've also developed a hate crime training for civil society organizations, as well as a coalition building toolkit. So all of these are geared to help local communities look at different aspects of the ways that they can work with the police locally, how they can work with each other to advocate for some of these issues with their local governments, and how they can support each other's efforts in this field. Because as we know, it's not just the people of African descent or the Jewish community or the LGBT community that are affected, in a vacuum. All of these issues affect other communities as well. And when they stand up together to say an attack on any of us is an attack on all of us, it carries a much more powerful message. So if you have any questions about any of those tools or resources, please do feel free to reach out. I also want to say thank you so much to our two speakers today for sharing their incredible resources and experiences, the relationships of trust and accountability with their police forces, as well as the communities that they serve, is a really inspiring example. And I hope that all of you took down their contact information as well to learn more about the work that they're doing locally or federally, as the case might be. So thank you all for joining us today. I will maybe turn things back over to our hosts in case there are any technical announcements, as we've ended our panel just a few minutes early. So in case our closing speakers are still getting ready or about to join us, we will be starting our closing session shortly. And thanks again for bearing with me on my tech issues on my end. And thank you all so much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
So I did get a note here. We'll just have a few minutes and we'll be back shortly for the next panel.
Few seconds, please. Okay. So well, distinguished participants, dear friends, I would like to very much thank all the moderators and distinguished panelists for these discussions. Well, until today, probably my knowledge about police activity was limited just only by the Hollywood blockbusters like Police Academy and this Beverly Hills Cop. But today, due to these quite a lively discussions, I received a lot of information about your very valuable experience, best practices, emerging challenges. And on behalf of my team of the High Commission on National Minority, I thank you. We had an opportunity to reflect, think back, and review our best practices in implementation of recommendations, of these renowned recommendations. I am pleased that the thematic recommendations and guidelines of the institution of OEC's HCNM continue to serve as a guideline and practical advice on how to accommodate the needs of various groups in our so much diverse societies. And we looked at this from different perspectives. And well, all these documents, I mean, guidelines and recommendations do not serve as a standalone guides, but rather as a set of complementary resources. In that sense, the policing recommendations are most effective when they are considered alongside with the two following documents. I wish to draw your attention to them. The Graz recommendation on access to justice and national minorities, and the Ljubljana guidelines on integration of diverse societies. We will celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Ljubljana guidelines next year, which will be yet another opportunity to look back at strategies to address structural issues to increase the resilience and stability of our diverse societies. In particular, the Graz recommendations offer a practical, policy-oriented approach to the issues of access to justice for national minorities. They are grounded on the HCNM's extensive experience dealing with minority issues and conflict prevention, including access to justice for persons belonging to national minorities. The Ljubljana document complements the Graz recommendations by suggesting that national minorities should not only enjoy the legal right to effectively participate in overall governance of the state, but that they should also be encouraged to do so. Overall aim of my institution's recommendations and guidelines are directed at reducing tensions and preventing interethnic conflicts. As many of you emphasized in your statements today, policing recommendations serve as guidance to policymakers on how to recruit, train, and develop police services that are more representative of the society they serve. I also acknowledge that many speakers remarked that the recommendations encourage enhancing communication and trust between police and national minority communities, thereby contribute to strengthening interethnic relations as well as to increase the operational effectiveness of the police. Today, as we reviewed the main principles embedded in the recommendations published, I remind you, 15 years ago, we shared the best practices, identified emerging trends, and discussed ways to tackle challenges and opportunities. And I hope that takeaways from today's discussion will prove useful and serve you to create meaningful and lasting change in your communities and countries. And from this point of view, HCNM, OEC as a whole, and OEC's field missions are all at your service, our distinguished colleagues and new friends. I thank you all for your participation, sharing again as I mentioned, your very valuable experience, expertise today. Special thanks go to our distinguished interpreters. Thank you so much, as well as to our IT staff. It would be impossible without you to organize such a conference also in hybrid format. Please all stay safe and healthy in this quite extraordinary season of not only of pandemic, but also on our way to Stockholm Ministerial. So we wish best of success to our Swedish chairpersonship and to all delegations. Hope for positive outcomes of our annual gathering on ministerial level. So dear guests who followed us online, the event, thank you for your attendance. And those who are here with us have some kind of privilege. We invite all of you to a reception here in Warsaw. Thank you very much. Looking forward to see you more and to see many of you also in person. Thank you.